All right, good morning, everyone. Somebody online, can you give me a thumbs up if you can hear us okay? Great, wonderful. I am Nell Wareham. I am your chair for today's April 15th Mine Land Reclamation Board meeting. This one is being held in person and hybrid via Zoom. So just keep yourselves on mute if you are not part of the presentation, just so we don't have any interruptions, and then feel free to take yourself off mic when it's your turn. Let's do a quick roll call. Nelson. Here. Baker.
Here.
Stiegelmeyer. Here. Dia. Here. Forum.
Here.
Myself and Allison Tarrant is not here. So got everyone here. Let's kick it off with an approval of the March 2026 summary of minutes.
I make a motion that we approve the March minutes.
Okay.
A second.
Second, Orm and Baker. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Hearing none. All right, minutes. We do have one continuance, or actually, that's actually a withdrawal. It's item number 6 on your agenda. It was file number M 2014-054 that has been withdrawn. You need to vote on that or just acknowledge it? Okay, approval of that withdrawal. Make motion to approve. Nelson.
I second.
Second, Orem. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Hearing none. Okay, so that's that one. And how about update from the executive director's office?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Wendy Padilla, Deputy Executive Director for DNR. I wanted to go over a few items, probably starting with the depressing news first about drought, and then going back to some more positive news. Just wanted to give you a drought overview as updated as of April 12th. The snowpack is at 19% of the median. It's the lowest snow water equivalent volume since the state has kept data. The peak snowpack usually is on April 7th, and Colorado will not catch up to the average. And most counties are experiencing drought conditions. This matters for water supply risk. We'll have lower reservoir recharge, increased competition across municipal, agricultural, and environmental needs. Economic impacts, particularly with shortened or variable recreation, outdoor recreation seasons, and strain on tourism-dependent economies. Forest health, ecosystem stress, and then the compounding risk with increased wildfire risk. The Drought Task Force was activated by Governor Poulos on March 17th. It's a multi-agency coordination body that really provides recommendations and data. So its core functions are data sharing and forecasting, emergency response coordination, and resource prioritization. It does have a website up on the Colorado Water Conservation Board's website. Ending with more positive news. We do have 2 shared stewardship memorandums of understanding with the USDA and the BLM. But we continue to work with our federal partners to address the multitude of challenges impacting public lands. We're working together to build wildfire resilient watersheds, enhance forest health, rangelands, and wildlife populations, really coordinate on outdoor recreational opportunities, and look at ways we could protect communities in the wildland urban interface, especially from wildfire. And these MOUs establish that shared stewardship strategy across jurisdictional boundaries. So drought and wildfire will be a heavy focus for DNR in the coming months. And with that, I'll take any questions or turn it back over to you.
Thank you. Any updates?
Ready for the director's report?
I am.
Okay. All right. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Michael Cunningham with the Division Director's Report. I'll follow on with some updates regarding the Inactive Mines Reclamation Program's efforts on coal mine fire mitigation. So the Inactive Mines Reclamation Program will be launching an emergency preventative fuel reduction project at the Black Diamond underground mine near Meeker, Colorado. This is to mitigate wildfire risk and improve access for monitoring and emergency response. We have held attended the town hall with the community to discuss the planned emergency project on April 7th. So this fire, as is the case with all of our coal mine fires, is a historic mine originating in the 1930s. It's been a persistent concern, one that we've been monitoring. What we're seeing with the drought conditions is that certainly it can exacerbate the level of priority on some of these coal mine fires with the vegetation drying out. We see drought-induced ground fractures, drying vegetation, which allows oxygen circulation and increases the potential for underground combustion and surface ignition. So we have a priority ranking for all of our coal mine fires. This year, as with any year, those priorities can change and will change based on some of the drought conditions that we're seeing. The work that's planned out there involves removing approximately 1.5 acres of trees and grasses surrounding the fire surface expression. This will be done to create a defensible space and to reduce fuel. The project will start on May 4th and is scheduled to go through July 2026. And this will really just be a first initial phase to get in there and do some mitigation. A critical part of what we'll be doing is constructing a 1.3-mile access route and establishing a permanent right-of-way along the historic mine in Anderson Gulch. So we currently have to access this area by foot. So it makes it very challenging to get up there and monitor and do mitigation. We are coordinating with the U.S. Office of Surface Mining Reclamation and Enforcement, BLM, the town of Meeker, as well as the Colorado Division of Fire and Prevention Control. So again, this is a preventative action. It's a first step in a long-term strategy to reduce risk, maintain safe access, and support ongoing mitigation of the underground fire. Moving along, coming up next month, we will have our annual Interstate Mining and Compact Commission meeting. It's going to take place in French Lick, Indiana from May 18th through the 20th. So again, we'll get together with our member states. We'll be discussing a variety of issues related to Title V coal programs and Title IV and active mine reclamation programs. We'll continue to focus on some of the topics that have been at the forefront of our discussions, which will be funding and training. And I just want to make a note that since we've joined as a full member in the IMCC, I think we've seen some real positive developments as it relates to funding and training. And I'd like to think that is in part due to our obtaining full membership and advocating for these important issues. I want to give a particular shout out to our coal program director, Jason Music, as well as our inactive mines reclamation program director, Jeff Graves, who probably have the most interaction with IMCC through the various committees. They fight for Colorado and our needs. And so I just want to thank you both for your leadership and working with IMCC. Also, that will span next month's board hearing. And so I will be attending virtually for the May hearing. And then finally, we'll wrap up my updates with a number of different personnel announcements. So I'll start with, I had let the board know that we had recently filled a position for an accountant for Colton Frady, who is here today. If you want to raise your hand. Colton joined us here recently on March 23rd. Colton is a Colorado native hailing from the West Slope. He holds a degree in accounting, started his career with 4 years of tax accounting before transitioning to government accounting. He joined the state in 2024 with the Department of Local Affairs, and we couldn't be more pleased to have him on our team. So welcome, Colton. A few other new additions. Andrea Wong will serve as staff biologist within the Inactive Mines Reclamation Program. She returned to us this year after completing a temp position last year. She has over 25 years of experience as a wildlife biologist, specializing in threatened and endangered species surveys and habitat assessments. She has extensive experience with NEPA and ESA compliance, including 13 years as a district wildlife biologist for the U.S. Forest Service, and a background completing biological assessments for abandoned mine land projects. So great addition to our team. As well, within the Inactive Mines Reclamation Program, we brought on Judy Waddle, who will be filling a temp position as a cultural resource specialist. Judy brings 20 years of experience in prehistoric and historical archaeology and cultural resource management. She's an expert in cultural resource compliance, focusing on Section 106 of the National Historic Preservation Act. She has worked with multiple federal and state agencies, including BLM and U.S. Forest Service. So just an incredible addition. moving along, Ursula Armstrong, who is in our Active Minds program, had her last day last week. She had accepted a role with the Energy and Carbon Management Commission. She'll be serving as a permit completion specialist. She'd been with the division since 2024. While we are sad to see her go, we're very happy that she landed over at one of our sister agencies, and we think she's just going to be an incredible asset for them. So we'll be posting a new job announcement for an EPS1 position here very shortly. In terms of additional hiring, as a reminder, in 2024, we finalized our 5-year strategic plan, which established enhancing technology infrastructure and staff competency as a key priority. To realize this priority, several initiatives were developed, including the formal establishment of a dedicated GIS program. So last month we announced, we posted a new position for a DRMS GIS program coordinator. That announcement is closed. I'm pleased to say we got a lot of really good candidates to consider. This new position will serve as the subject matter authority for the division's use and application of spatial data and software, and they will collaborate with our technical staff to guide the acquisition and analysis of a comprehensive environmental and operational spatial data to facilitate informed decision-making regarding protection of health, safety, and environmental resources. So this is a really great step forward for the division. 2026, you imagine most agencies have a dedicated GIS program, so we're getting up to speed, and there's a lot more that I think we can do within that realm in terms of collaborating with other agencies and sharing data. So we're excited to get that new person in and start building up that program. This last announcement is a little bittersweet. Our very own Russ Means, Minerals Program Director, has announced his retirement from state service after 25 years.
No.
Russ's
No,
last day.
no.
I don't approve.
No,
Exactly what I said.
Although,
Yes, we'll take a vote. Russ's last day will be Friday, October 7th. We're going to celebrate his exceptional career on September 24th. We'll provide those details to the board. We'd love to see you come and celebrate with us. On a personal note, Russ and I have worked together very closely for the last 10 years, and I've learned a tremendous amount from him, and he's going to be missed, truly, but I couldn't be more happy for him that he's finishing his career with the RMS and now gets to spend some time with his wife, Tammy, and go off on some great adventures. So congratulations, Russ.
There's be plenty of time and stuff to talk and stuff.
And that concludes my updates. I'm happy to take any questions.
sure. Any questions?
We don't have to accept,
Yeah.
we don't have to accept I mean, the board could pass on that and keep him on, right?
You could, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure that Russ would abide by that order.
You have to answer to a higher authority.
That's wonderful. Congratulations. I'm glad we get to spend a couple more months.
Yeah.
Any other questions? That was a great update. Congratulations on all of the other hiring and lateral success there. It's a lot of work. Anybody else? No? Okay, let's move along here. I know we have one item here on the consent agenda, number 4. Did we have any comments on that, or do we just want to move to accept the consent agenda? This is file M 2024. Okay, motion to accept the consent agenda.
Madam Chair, I move to approve the consent agenda.
Second. Second by Nelson. All those in favor, please. Say aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. This next one, number 5, it's a board action file M 2009-006. This is a consideration of the request to extend the date of a conversion application, which is going to a request to go 4 months beyond the typical 365-day limit prescribed by the rule. Nelson Carter been out here. Anyone else that is going to be testifying or providing
Yes,
information?
and we've got the operator and their engineer on Zoom.
Okay, can you both just introduce yourself so I can see which one's which on the?
Bryce Bull, the operator for Colorado Quarter One. This is Tony Wilkham with Tate and Associates.
Oh, okay. Everyone swears to tell the truth? Okay, great. I do. Take it away.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Jocelyn Carter, I'm gonna present this next item. Can we all see that? Everybody in Zoom can see the presentation? of
No,
it?
not showing here if that matters, but it is showing there.
Okay. Alright. 2 steps ahead of myself. Redo.
There we go, so we can see it now.
All right.
Okay.
This item is for Meadow Hollow Quarry, permit number M-2009-006. The permittee is Colorado Quarry One LLC. It's for the consideration of the operator's request to extend the decision date of the conversion application CN-1 4 months beyond the 365-day limit prescribed by Rule 1.4.1, parent 9. The permit type is a 110C. It covers 9.9 acres. They extract sandstone and the location is in Larimer County. For background, on December 27 of 2024, DRMS performed a routine monitoring inspection. And on February 4th of 2025, a reason to believe a violation exists and notice of board hearing letter for offsite damage was issued to the operator. On March 19th of 2025, we had board hearing. On April 8th of 2025, the operator submitted the conversion application CN-1. On April 22nd of 2025, the signed board order for MB-2025-004 requiring the CN-1 application to be submitted to encompass all affected lands was issued. On April 24th of 2025, the CN-1 application was considered filed by the office. On April 3rd of this year, 2026, we still had responses from the division's adequacy review number 2 and 2A were outstanding or currently under review. But on March 11th of 2026, the operator submitted a request to extend the decision date for CN-1 by 4 months beyond the 365-day limit prescribed by Rule 1.4.9, parent 9. The staff recommendation is that the board approves without conditions the extension request for CN-1 application of the Meadow Hollow Quarry M-2009-006 to August 24th of 2026. You guys have any questions?
Is there any more detail on when they submitted, so they submitted their CN-1 in April 25, and it sounds like there's been some back and forth.
Yes.
Has that been, can you tell us a little bit about that, the timeliness and the completeness and?
Yeah, the first adequacy letter was sent after the comment period had closed. And it took a little bit of time for the operator to address all of those items. The second adequacy letter was sent, and it was 2 and then 2A. There were a couple that I had missed on that second one. I've got 17 items that are outstanding. The majority of those items are just to get the application up to MAP standards, with a few other questions regarding the mining operation so that I can create and calculate the financial warranty.
Did the operator have any comments or anything to add?
No, we feel the 4 months will be ample time. We hired an engineering firm to help with the maps, and that feels like 4 months from now, we will be completed with all the application.
Okay. Great. Any other questions or comments from the board? Okay, if you'd like to consider a motion?
Yeah. Excuse me, I motion that we approve the recommendation on, I'm not finding it, file number M 2099-006.
Second.
Any comments? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign? Okay, hearing none. We will extend that decision date to 4 months beyond the 365 limit prescribed. And thanks to the operator and your team for being here, and best of luck. Thanks for working.
Thank you.
with us.
Thank you.
We already went through number 6 has been withdrawn, so we're moving along to number 7. This is file P 2009-002, Golden Age number 2 mining company. It's a consideration of a possible violation around a failure to maintain legal right to enter, failure to post increased financial warranty. Patrick, let's just sit down.
Hi.
We'll cover this one and tee it up.
Hello?
Hi there, we're just getting organized here in the room, and then I'll do introductions for those online and everyone involved.
Sorry, guys, we just sit here.
Mm. Mm.
Sorry, Patrick.
Mm.
Sorry, guys. Hold on.
All right.
a second here.
Madam Chair, I did request that this be continued because I was never properly noticed.
Okay, so we haven't started the discussion yet. We're just trying to get the presentation up on the screen. So we'll let Patrick kick it off, and then we'll get you.
Okay, but my concern is that you're doing a presentation without me being properly noticed, which is really not fair to me as the owner of the Golden Age number 2, and I own full mineral rights to
So
this
for-
property.
Just for your sake, what I suggest is just the same as you just witnessed the previous presentation for the previous item number. We're gonna do the exact same thing. We're gonna have our division staff just tee up the issue at hand so that the board is aware of what's going on. Doesn't mean that anyone needs to go through a big presentation. We can have that discussion, but it's in Mr. Lindbergh's, purview to just get us teed off here, okay? So we're just hanging out for a second.
That's what I got, guys. Sorry. Can't get that other one to click in.
Yeah, well, can we start with just some quick introductions so we see who everyone is and we can swear everyone in? So anyone involved in this item, this is number 7, can you please introduce yourself and swear to tell the truth?
Patrick
My
Lindberg,
name is,
We're gonna stay with the room first real quick.
Patrick Lindberg with the division.
Jeff Fugate with the Attorney General's Office here on behalf of the division.
Thank you. Anyone else in the room?
Russ Means with the division.
Russ Means. Okay, anyone online, can you please introduce yourself and swear to tell the truth?
my name is Ann Lemberg. I own the Golden Age #2 Mining Company and all of the mineral estate associated with the Golden Age #2 mining property. And I was never properly
So
noticed
are you
for this
introducing
hearing.
yourself as the operator?
Yes, and
We're still doing
Camille,
introductions and swearing to tell the truth right now.
yes, I'm swearing to tell the truth, but my concern is that,
Okay, so then we're gonna stop and I'm gonna let our division staff present what they have, just which is the order, okay? Would you please take it away, Patrick? Or-
Again, Jeff Fugate, attorney for the division. I'll start and likely refer it back to Ms. Lindberg, who has requested by email an extension of this hearing. It was noticed for a violation hearing, an enforcement hearing related to a failure to post a surety increase and failure to prove that she has maintained legal right of entry at her NOI. This is an NOI issued in 2009. Last activity was in 2011. Before we get into too many of the details, again, she has requested by email that this matter be continued or extended. It's my understanding it's just a 30-day extension request or a request for extension to May. At this time, under the limited facts that the division is aware of, we don't oppose an extension to May for her to either prepare for hearing. In other emails, she's indicated she has retained or is trying to retain an attorney, or she is trying to gather other information or evidence to use at hearing. Again, if it's a 30-day extension, we don't object to that. It's still unclear as to exactly what the extension request is based on. So with that, we're available for questions, and I'll allow Ms. Lindberg to make her request.
Thank you. Ms. Lindberg, as characterized here, do you agree with that summary of events and requests?
yes, I would like a 30-day extension so that I can present my evidence and retain counsel and have this go forth properly. And Camille, your secretary did send you and the Attorney General, I'm assuming, copies of a number of writings and documents that I have presented to the board for consideration. So if you would grant that, then I am having my rights upheld and can properly defend myself.
Okay, so essentially the division recommendation, staff recommendation is that we continue this item for 30 days to the May hearing.
Yes, no objection to continue it to May. A couple requests because we have been trying to communicate with Ms. Lindberg, both through mail at an address that is on record with the permit file. She's indicated she has not received those or it's an incorrect address. As the board's aware, it is the prospector or our operator's burden to maintain a correct address on file. And so I would request that she provide Patrick a correct address. We've been communicating by email. That seems to work best, but when we're in the world of enforcement, we do like to properly certify mail things to known addresses. So
Yes, my current address is 1410 Steiner, San Francisco, 94115. And I did put that in writing to the board. And I believe the division has had that address for 3 years. The fact that the wrong address was used is really of great concern to me. And in addition, because of how things have been handled by Patrick Lindenberg on repeated occasions, I have asked for oversight to his actions, which have been consistently adverse to my interests. and nothing has been done to remove or oversee him.
Okay, so
Thank
just
you.
for clarification real quick, maybe, sounds like maybe you've updated that address via email, but just in your general profile on your permit number, have you updated your physical mailing address? Is that all up to date as well?
I thought that it had been updated in my last permit.
Okay,
Uh,
so maybe that's just something you can work with real quick. And then just, as long as we've got that correct physical mailing address so that we have two really good updated ways of communicating via email. And, in general, the majority of the conversations that happen between, staff and the operators seem to work really well when we're able to both just communicate and keep that information flow going. And it sounds to me like we've got everyone's on the same path here to just continue this over to the May hearing and give you another 30 days. Does that sound okay?
That sounds okay, but I would like the board's oversight at my request to have Patrick
So there's a
Lenenberg.
motion- There's a motion on the table to continue this hearing to the May 30th date, and that's what we're discussing right now.
What is the date of the May hearing? May 20th or 21st?
Okay, so motion on the table to continue this to the May 20th hearing.
I move,
Nelson, Oram second, any discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, same sign. Hearing none. Okay, so we're just gonna continue this to the May hearing. You and Mr. Lindbergh can continue to communicate on this, and we wish you the best of luck getting all that lined up with council and some little bit more time to look at your process here. Sound good?
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, number 8, we have, is everyone doing okay on time? Breaks, good, okay. This is file M 2025-16 Raptor Materials. We're going to consider the division's recommendation to approve a 112C permit application. And Mr. Renfro will walk us through here once we've got all the materials. Here.
What did that do?
Pass out.
Thank you.
Morning, thank you.
Yep.
This is old school. You just don't have the cords to trip over, so.
Is it old school in a good way? Thanks for, it's just something good.
no, I don't know, we have to.
Oh, no, that's part of the withdrawal. Or do you have two?
Maybe he does.
Aye.
Great, we do some quick introductions here, please.
Yep, go for it.
Yeah, good morning, board. My name is Joel Renfro. I work with the Division of Reclamation, Mining and Safety.
Jeff Fugate here on behalf of the division.
Do we have anyone online that you're aware of we need to introduce?
I believe so.
No one online? Okay.
Over here.
Oh, sorry, in the room. Sorry about that. Sorry, real quick, what was your name?
Sorry, what was that?
You're with Raptor?
Yes, on behalf of the app.
Okay, what was your name?
Garrett, Laura.
Okay, and you're part of the operator? And everyone swears to tell the truth?
Yes.
All right. Great. Can't see your Candy's chair. Okay,
Again, Jeff Fugate for the division. I'm going to give just a quick overview. What we passed out to you, the packet did include an agreement and withdrawal from the objecting party Accord.
they were able to reach settlement agreement on some of their outstanding or all of their outstanding issues, such that the objector was comfortable withdrawing. So technically, we have no objections to this application. Under the rules, there was an option where the division could proceed with approval, but there are some other facts, and just because this happened yesterday, we decided it was best to provide you all with an overview of the application process, be available to answer any questions. I know you had a very large board packet that I apologize that you likely spent your time reviewing that you may not need for this particular hearing, but it is nice that the parties were able to reach agreement to kind of tie up some of the loose ends that were maybe not something that the division would typically be involved with. So again, Joe will provide just a quick overview of the application, then we'll ask the board to approve this application.
And is there anything formally we need to do or accept any of this? This would, just as a matter of timing, happens to be something that came up. Okay.
Great, perfect. Thanks, Jeff. Good morning, board. My name is Joel Renfro with Colorado DRMS. I'm presenting on the Cogburn Sand, Gravel, and Reservoir Project, file number M2025-016. This is regarding the consideration of a 112C permit application with objections. Before I start, I just want to note that a detailed chronology of the application review was provided within the board presentation form, and I will briefly touch on that chronology within this presentation.
Just for the minutes, do we want to maybe not categorize it as a consideration of a 112C permit with objections? Just so we present correctly? Or?
I think that's, yeah, again, we prepared this as though there was not going to be withdraw the objections. So yeah, I think it's no longer a request to approve over objections. It's just a request to consider and approve the application.
Okay, so thank you.
Yeah, any notes throughout the PowerPoint that indicate it's with objections or over objections. We'll try to not reference those, but.
Okay, sounds good.
Yeah, thanks for clarifying that.
Yep.
So we'll go ahead and move into the staff presentation then. This operation is proposed to be located approximately 4 miles northeast of the town of Firestone in Wells County. This map over here on slide 3 shows the location as provided within the applicant's index map. Moving on to slide 4, here's some general information about the proposed operation. The proposed permit area is 196.4 acres, which is also the same as the affected area. The primary commodity is going to be sand and gravel. The surface area and surface and subsurface are owned by the applicant, which is Raptor Materials LLC. This will be an open pit surface operation that will involve excavation of the pit with excavators, loaders, and dozers. No material will be processed on site. All mine material is going to be moved off site to an already existing conveyor that runs along the just outside of the eastern permit boundary. 3 pits in total have been proposed. 2 of those pits will have clay liners constructed around them. The other pit will be excavated and then completely backfilled to grade. The life of mine is estimated to be about 11 years. Lastly, the post-mine land use is going to be developed water resources and rangeland. Moving on to slide 5, this map shows the proposed permit area. The boundary is marked with a bold red line. I do want to note that all proposed activity will occur in the eastern portion of the permit area, which is shaded in yellow. We can zoom in a bit closer to that over here on slide 6. This is more zoomed into the proposed activity. On this mining plan map, there are 3 distinct pits. This starts with P125S1, which will be excavated and fully backfilled. That pit is located in the southern portion of this permit area. P125A and B are just north of that. They're going to be excavated and clay lined. Moving on to slide 7, we can take a look at the proposed reclamation plan. The pit to the south, which is P125S1, that's going to be fully backfilled and revegetated as shown on this map. The other 2 pits north of it will have clay liners constructed. With those slopes, they will be backfilled to 3-to-1. Disturbed lands around the reservoirs will also be retopsoiled and revegetated. The access roads on site will remain post-reclamation. Here on slide 8, we just have a side profile of the clay liner construction itself.
The key takeaway points from this graph is that the clay liner will be constructed in about 6-inch lifts and compacted, and the final slope will be backfilled to 3-to-1. All right, on slide 9, we can go ahead and break down the review process. The application was filed for review on March 28th, 2025. The technical review team was comprised of 3 DRMS staff members. That team included myself, who reviewed all the application materials and calculated the cost estimate. We also had Patrick Lenberg, who reviewed sections of the application that were related to groundwater. And lastly, Ben Hamar, who reviewed sections of the application related to geotechnical stability. In total, DRMS issued 3 adequacy review letters throughout the application review. 4 additional technical review letters were issued by the review team as well. The pre-operational inspection was conducted on June 4th, 2025. The division found that the applicant had adequately addressed all items identified within the review period, so the recommendation and rationale for approval of the application were issued on March 27th, 2026. Please also note that the division's rationale was provided in the board packet. Lastly, the required reclamation bond was set at $3,297,864. We can move on over to slide 10. During the public comment period, the division received timely objections from 2 parties, which was Acord St. Vrain Valley Ranch LLC and the Last Chance Ditch Company. Last Chance did withdraw their objection, and as Jeff mentioned earlier, Acord St. Vrain also withdrew their objection yesterday. The division also received 2 agency comment letters from the Colorado Division of Water Resources and the Colorado Parks and Wildlife. As described in the division's rationale letter, all jurisdictional concerns raised by objecting parties and recommendations made by commenting agencies were addressed by the applicant. Moving on to slide 11, just to sum everything up, on March 27th, 2026, division staff determined the 112C permit application submitted for the Cogburn Sand, Gravel, and Reservoir Project, file number M2025-016, to have satisfied the requirements of CRS 34-32.5-115 parent 4, and issued its recommendation to approve the application. The division requests the board affirm staff's recommendations for approval of the Cogburn Sand, Gravel, and Reservoir Project, file number M2025-016, as detailed in the division's recommendation and rationale letter. This concludes the staff presentation. Does anyone have any questions? Yes.
What were the, can you characterize the comments from Division of Water Resources and Colorado Parks and Wildlife?
Yeah, absolutely. So Division of Water Resources, their comments were pretty standard with what we receive for applications proposing developed water resources. It was on the lines of they have to obtain the correct permits with them in order to expose groundwater, or prior to exposing groundwater, which the applicant indicated they agreed to in the initial application. So it was a pretty standard letter on their end. Colorado Parks and Wildlife, their comment letter was about just general things that the mine operator needs to do to protect the flow of wildlife through the site. There were some eagle nests that were identified around the site, which the operator and the applicant and Parks and Wildlife had some comments back and forth on, discussing how they'll conduct activity with those raptor nests. They came to an agreement. Sounds like the applicant won't be disturbing those areas until they've achieved proper permits through agencies like U.S. Fish and Wildlife, Parks and Wildlife, etc. There are some other comments too from Parks and Wildlife, such as what their fences need to be made out of, keeping a distance away from the St. Vrain, things like that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And again, Jeff, you for the division, there was fairly extensive coordination and communication with CPW during this application. The division's rationale document, it's page 110 of your board packet, kind of outlines the nature of those detailed discussions and the back and forth between CPW and the applicant. Ultimately, they ended up adopting all of the CPW recommendations as conditions of the permit. But that's fairly typical of kind of the review process and how CPW engages And the division defers to them and their expertise and their recommendations.
And just for clarification, if we approve this, then they still have to get those permits from CPW and Division of Water before anything can move forward.
Yes.
Yep, they'll still, this is just one step of many in the process, not just other state permits, but local permitting as well. They'll need to secure all of those permits before they start to move forward with this permit.
I'm morbidly curious about the liner. So it's, there's specifications, this is this broad overview, it's specifications to make sure that it's impermeable or versus, and there's no bottom, because you're right on to bedrock. Could you guys explain this a little bit to me? And it's how thick? Because it's 23 inches this way, but not this way. And is this a standard practice?
Yeah. Sorry, could you explain the question just one more time?
I'm just curious about the liner construction and thickness, and is this a standard practice? Do we see a lot more slurry wall cutoffs coming into our?
Yeah.
Could you just explain that?
Yeah. Of course, yeah. I mean, when it comes to clay liners for projects like this is pretty close to standard what we see. There's a few differences, but altogether, when we are looking at the factor of safety with it, everything passed according to our geotechnical review. But yeah, I mean, they have like the impermeable clay liner itself. They're going to be keying that into the bedrock over there, and the idea behind it is very similar to a slurry wall, where they're just going to be keeping, all the water in and excess groundwater outside out. If you have more specific questions, I might want to go ahead and turn it over to Garrett, since he was pretty heavily involved in this design. But this passed all the divisions, review of this plan.
When that liner system goes in, is it inspected like a landfill clay liner, or is there a certain quality control on that when it's being installed? I'm just curious.
Yeah, I mean, they'll have to go ahead and pass a leak test. I'm guessing with the landfill liners, it is very similar to that. Garrett, I don't know if you had any experience with landfill liners themselves, or.
In general, it is very close to a landfill liner. These liners are also monitored by Division of Water Resources on a monthly basis. We submit accounting to assure that that liner remains operational and we're not taking water from another user via groundwater infiltration.
Thank you. Just curious. Thank
Yeah,
you.
of course. Any other questions?
Did you want to add anything else from the operator standpoint, or feel all covered?
No, I just wanted to make myself available to answer any questions.
Thank you. We appreciate it. It's always good education too, just depending on how some of these things are built. So I appreciate the questions, because it helps us understand when we see these again.
Yeah.
Any other board discussion?
I'm just curious about water. There are water rights associated with this water that will be in the reservoirs, and that might be under Division of Water Resources issues. And then is it meant to be a pond that has a habitat associated with it?
That's correct. The pond primarily will be used as a water storage reservoir. You do have the secondary benefit of habitat. So this method of construction, I'll start there. I've operated 5 reservoirs spanning back to about 2002 to current under this construction method. 4 of those, we actually work directly with a fish farmer who is in the area of this permit and others nearby to grow fish and then to sell those all over the West and the Midwest. So there is a secondary habitat benefit from building these. There is water rights associated with them. Raptor Materials via lease with the previous owner, which was Vara Companies, which is my company and my cousins. They have access to water rights to fill these, and we'll be filling them post reclamation and using them for water storage.
So you'll own the water?
And currently, at a certain point in time, Raptor will likely end up acquiring all the water and owning and operating all the reservoirs.
And who would use it? I mean, if you're holding it,
So currently, I kind of talked about the older reservoirs dating back to 2002. We hold those to be able to control our own operations. We don't have to seek water from outside parties. We have direct flow senior rights during the irrigation season to, operate the exposed groundwater and the dust suppression and the washing of the materials. And then the reservoirs provide wintertime water that we don't have to go and seek that out. So currently, we hold these reservoirs and water rights in order to operate our future mining endeavors. So everything today and then everything that Raptor is looking at into the future will rely upon these water rights and the water storage reservoirs to continue operations.
so you'll use the water. It's not municipal use. It's
In
your
the
use.
past, we've leased water to Weld County, other operators, private operators in the area, when they might need some excess water. This year I've had requests from, water conservancy districts, because of the scarcity with water and they not having the ability to fill their reservoirs this year. We likely won't do that because again, these water rights are reserved for our operations, but in times when we are able to, we do lease a little bit of water here and there, but primarily it's for Raptor operations.
Thank you.
Okay, I'd like to close some discussion, close testimony and consider a motion.
I make a motion that we approve the Colburn Sand and Gravel Reservoir Project File number M 2025-016.
Yeah, I guess that's it.
I'll second it.
Any other discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none? Okay, thank you very much.
Great, thank you.
Congratulations on your permit. Thanks so much for working with division and for being here and answering the questions. So
Well, and our thanks right back. Staff is wonderful to work with as always, and we appreciate the board and everyone here, all their time and effort. I know it's a lot and very much appreciated. So thank you all.
And I appreciate too, just, objectors are fine to have, and when you work together to make that happen, I think sometimes it daylights some things that we can all learn, so I appreciate you being a really good steward in that process.
We feel the exact same way.
Good.
Thank
Best of
you.
luck. Thank you. Okay. Moving along. Not even very much. All right.
Thank you.
We're gonna learn about the Colorado Inactive Mine Reclamation Program. Grants.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Look at all this snow there.
Do you want one? Which is a different.
Pretty colors.
Or
Yeah.
the training.
There's no snow there now.
Make Colton do it.
All right.
All the way around.
Well, I've been failing this test too, so. We'll do it. Yeah, see, it's so weird.
I'm so glad.
All day. We started, my company started out.
What's the white stuff?
Knowing, yeah.
So I'm very grateful that.
Oh.
Listen, and then we can talk about it.
Yeah.
You got stuff I need to stuff outside.
That's okay.
Madam Chair, members of the board, good morning. How are you? Jeff Graves, the Program Director for the Inactive Mine Reclamation Program, and I am here to present our annual Office of Surface Mining Reclamation and Enforcement Grant request. So this is kind of once a year, and so as part of this process, at the end, I'll request that the board approve our grant request, unless you have any suggested changes through the process. So I handed out the presentation for you. There's also a packet or some materials in your board packet that more specifically address the individual projects. So feel free to reference those if you have some additional questions, or certainly you can ask me and I'll do my best to respond to those. Go ahead and kick things off. I'll start just with funding. I think it kind of helps to frame what we're talking about today a little bit in terms of where the Inactive Mine Reclamation Program receives its funding. And so we really have, I'll say, a myriad of funding sources to achieve the goals of our program in terms of abandoned mine reclamation. So the grant that we're going to be discussing today is that first bullet point, the Surface Mining Control and Reclamation Act, SMCRA grant. So that's Title IV within SMCRA. And that's typically $3 million on an annual basis from the Department of Interior, OSM, or Office of Surface Mining, Reclamation and Enforcement. And so that grant is given to states on an annual basis to conduct reclamation operations on both legacy coal mine sites and then additionally on legacy non-coal sites as well. Our program also receives funding from the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act that was passed in 2001. That's also references SMCRA, and so similar allowances for expenditure other than the IIJA funds can only be used for legacy coal mine reclamation. So we cannot use any of those funds for non-coal related activities. Those funds, we received $10 million of approximately, I think it's 9.9 was the last grant. We received those annually. When it was initially passed, those are supposed to be 15 annual distributions. We've received 4 of those grants so far, so we'll be coming up on our 5th distribution, and that will be in generally the numbers for our application come out in September, and so we like to try and apply for that beginning of the federal fiscal year, so that kind of timing cycle works out for them well. We also receive other federal funding, and you'll see some of that referenced in the project materials here. In terms of partner funding, we work a lot with Department of Interior or Department of Energy, addressing their defense-related uranium mines. So that's their historic legacy of uranium mines kind of on the western slope of Colorado. And so we received about $500,000 annually to address hazards, mostly physical hazards associated with those sites. We also have recently received this AHMR funding, which is Abandoned Hard Rock Mine Reclamation funding. And so this was it was legislation that was passed as part of IIJA, but it was not actually funded during the legislation, or there was no appropriated funding for the program as part of IIJA. And so those are annual appropriations that began about a year ago as part of that kind of IIJA umbrella. And so we were able to apply for $250,000 to complete hard rock related reclamation, so really non-coal reclamation on sites. And so on some of these projects, we are supplementing our OSM funds with some of this AHMR funds. So you'll see a lot of these projects, we're trying to leverage those OSM dollars with some of our either severance tax or other federal funds to extend the projects and provide us more mining features that we can address as part of the grant. We also receive Forest Service, BLM, and then on occasion EPA funds for various projects. Severance tax, we receive $1.2 million from operational fund, approximately $1.2 million each year. And we use that, like I mentioned, as supplementary funds for our non-coal related projects, really trying to reserve those for the types of projects that we cannot spend like our IIJA funds on. So that's really our supplementary funds for some of our grants, and then also provides match for some of our environmental projects on hard rock related sites. And then we have a couple of or at least one county funding agreement. So we have a funding agreement with Boulder County, and you'll see that referenced in some of our materials today as well. Boulder County provides up to 50% of the funding for features on property that's managed by Boulder County. So it's through their open space program. And so they provide kind of a 50% match that we use our OSM funds to kind of provide the other portion of that match features. So we really appreciate Boulder County and their willingness to partner with us on those projects. And then we also receive some funds from the health department on various projects to provide technical expertise and oversight on certain projects. And then we do receive funds as well from Freeport, McMoran, Newmont, and New Mexico. And that really varies depending on the project. We're really thankful to Freeport. They have been a strong funder of our program historically in terms of addressing both environmental related issues in counties where they have either current or historic operations. And then also doing some mine safety closure work as well. So that's been a really good partnership for our program, kind of advancing, I think, our work. So I have a slide in here, and I apologize for the tiny print, which is why I handed out this slide. But I really wanted to give you kind of an overview, at least of our IIJA projects that we've completed so far and kind of have on the books. Since our discussion today really isn't necessarily related to IIJA, I kind of like to give you an update at least on our IIJA related projects. And you'll see the different colors represent the different IIJA grants or distributions. The underlined projects are projects that have been completed. And then there are a couple of projects that we dropped off of our list of projects just based on either timing was not appropriate or there was actually not anything to do at the site. So you'll see there's a pretty large list of projects, and that reflects that large dollar amount that we receive, those $10 million annually. So we're able to achieve quite a bit of work on kind of coal-related legacy projects. You'll see within that list, there's quite a bit of mine fire related work that we're either completed or planning on completing here in the next couple of years. And that's really been our priority for those IIJA funds, recognizing that that's coal legacy related projects. And so we really tried to focus on those mine fire related projects. And I think we've done a really good job recognizing that this was a significant increase in funding for our program, and we really didn't ramp up a lot of staff to achieve these projects. So we kind of maintained a relatively consistent staffing level with a few additional individuals. So staff has really kind of picked up their game to achieve some pretty impressive project completions, especially as it relates to those coal mine fires. So and the projects in red are the projects that we're going to be proposing kind of for our upcoming grant, like I mentioned in September, October. Marshall Water Project, I can talk more in detail on that at some point in the future for you guys. It's a very interesting project where we're going to be providing, we're hoping to provide water to that Marshall community. They're currently on shallow alluvial wells that have been impacted by historic coal-related impacts, coal mining impacts. And so our goal is to try and provide that community there in Marshall a long-term kind of municipal water supply. And that's a kind of a designated type of project for this IIJA fund. So we're excited about that and have been working with the community over the last couple of years to try and come up with a project that'll meet their needs and then also fits within our funding budget. And then as always, we'll be doing some additional coal mine fire related work, just recognizing the ongoing nature of drought in Colorado and the priorities associated with trying to address those sites. So we'll move on to our reclamation grant overview. And sorry. So we've got, so this is our 45th reclamation grant. So we've been around for a long time. Surprisingly, I've been around for almost 25 years. So I have seen a lot of these projects. Like I mentioned on the slide there, we do have some cost share from both the Forest Service, potentially BLM. We're still working with BLM on agreement, and then local governments, like I mentioned, with Boulder County. And then we also have one private landowner that we're trying to secure some additional funding for, and I'll mention that as we get into projects. So as part of our evaluation process, we have an ad hoc advisory council that we bring our projects to in advance, and they provide some feedback. And so that advisory council has some different stakeholders. We have Forest Service, BLM, some of our partner government agencies, county government. We have a representative from Newmont that sits on our advisory council. So trying to represent some different stakeholders within kind of the AML sphere. We also have Trout Unlimited. And so we asked them to provide us ranking on the projects that we propose based on these different criteria. So first off, the hazards associated with the site. You know, are we addressing high priority hazards? Funding considerations, recognizing that obviously sites where we have potential cost share should be higher priority sites because we can then leverage our dollars more effectively. The value of the project, how many mine features are we doing based on our potential costs? Post reclamation management is also a key, ensuring that when we're done with the reclamation on the site, how is the site going to be managed by either the landowner or the land management agency to ensure that there's consistency there. And then we're also focused on geographic distribution. We don't just want to do projects on the Front Range, even though it's certainly a high priority area based on that public interaction, but trying to spread our funding across the state. So you'll see there's projects Front Range. We also have projects in the mountains and then on the West Slope. And then accessibility. So how accessible are the sites? Are these relatively easy to get to? And that somewhat plays into the value of the project as well. And then we're always very, I'll say concerned, but interested in ensuring that we have community support for the projects that we're doing. And I'll say in a lot of the instances on these projects, these are mine features that were brought to our attention by the community. And so we already have engaged the community and trying to ensure that we're addressing priorities for those local communities as well. And then project size. We're trying to ensure that we're not just doing a project of one, but maintaining some efficiency, scale of efficiency by doing enough features to keep our costs down, but then also trying not to manage too large of a project where it's not effective to get completed in the time frame that we need. So those are all factors that we ask our advisory council to rank on. And so that helps us to prioritize the projects, recognizing that we always propose more projects than we actually receive funding for. And so sometimes the advisory council will say, yeah, we don't really, this project ranks low. They'll see it again the next year because our goal eventually is to kind of complete all these projects. They just may not be as much of a priority based on our funding level for that year. So first off, we have a Placita coal maintenance project. This is located in Pitkin County. You'll see the slide on the right kind of shows the mine opening that's added. And then there's also some hydraulic or hydrologic controls we're going to be installing on the site to reduce erosion of the coal waste surrounding the waste rock pile. Relatively small project. We're going to be working with the Forest Service on this project since it's on Forest Service property. Our anticipated cost is about $50,000. And most of that's going to be in those hydrologic controls to ensure we're reducing erosion around that coal waste rock pile, kind of working with the Forest Service to best address the concerns that they have as well. We do include a couple of coal projects in our fee-based grant just to, I'll say, throw a bone to the coal producers because all this money does come from coal-related production that we're seeing. And so we try and include a few coal projects, but most of our coal projects we're trying to keep in our IIJA grants since that really is what those funds are specifically for, and then try and reserve some of our, a good portion of our fee-based grant for non-coal related activities because we do have some flexibility to spend that. But we do put a few coal-related projects in here. This one's actually a pretty high priority for us. Book Cliffs Carpenter project. This is in Mesa County, so it's just north of Grand Junction. All the photos on the right are YouTube videos we were made aware of where the public, it's disturbing to say the least. We're entering historic abandoned coal mines and then posting videos of themselves inside those coal mines. So this is a high priority site for us. This was ranked as the highest priority by advisory council as well. And so it'll be doing maintenance on one feature where we're continuing to have issues with the public breaking into the feature. And so we're looking at alternatives for closure that will allow us to prevent that vandalism into the future. And then also an additional feature that we found in that area. Just as a side note, this was the location where I believe 3 teenagers were killed in 1989. And they died by asphyxiation in the mine workings. And so extremely high priority for us, recognizing the history of the site.
So this had some mitigation to it already for entries and people are just
It's been
choosing to not
vandalized.
pay attention to that?
They vandalized the closure at the site. I think on the site, the original closure was a graded added feature, and I think that was because we had identified bat access to ensure that we maintain bat access. So I think we're going to be working with CPW and our bat folks to evaluate potentially some other type of closure that would be more robust and resistant to vandalism. So maybe a bulkhead or something like that in the portal. So, and we may have done maintenance on this multiple times. So we're really trying to come up with something that will prevent that future access from vandalism at the site.
So do you use any camera surveillance?
We do not. That's potentially an option. The challenge for us is we don't own any of these properties that we're constructing the closures on. So we'd have to work with the landowner to, first of all, set up the camera, have somebody monitor that and download those photos, as needed, depending on when there was vandalism. And then they'd be responsible for potentially filing trespass charges or something like that if it were to come to that. So, but it's certainly a good suggestion on a site like this where we're having a lot of kind of ongoing visitation and potential vandalism. So
Works well.
even just putting up the signs to suggest that you're monitoring it sometimes is enough to deter
Exactly.
individuals as well.
Yeah.
So we may look at some different options. And feel free to ask questions as I'm giving this presentation. I know you already did, but this can be very informal. Blue Spruce Project, this is in Clear Creek County. You'll see there's about 10 mine features associated with this site. We have a mix of SMACRA funds and severance tax funds we're going to be using. And so this once again is where we're trying to kind of leverage, extend our OSM funds by providing some severance tax dollars. And that's really what those funds are kind of designed for, is supplementing our grant for non-coal related projects. So you'll see a number of features. Most of these features kind of in the front range, we've seen a lot of visitation, evidence of visitation at most of these sites. I believe Blue Spruce is in the vicinity of some of the Edgar mine site. And so, there's a lot of activity around there. Some of it's on School of Mines property. So I think this was a priority for them. So we're moving forward with this project. And then also some of these sites kind of on that boundary between Clear Creek and Gilpin counties are going to get a lot more visitation with the new Argo tramway that's going in up there. So I think our project manager for this area has kind of prioritized working kind of with the landowners in that area to address any potential hazards, recognizing that future use. So the Emma Lake project, this is in Park County. This does have some Forest Service mine features associated with it, which is why we're receiving a contribution from Forest Service to supplement the SMACRA and severance tax funds. For those that aren't aware, the Emma Lake is accessed from the Kite Lake parking lot, which is, for those that are aware, that is the jumping off point for access to the 414ers, Democrat, Lincoln, Ross, and Cameron. So there is a lot of visitation at this area. The lake's not along the trail to the 14ers, but it's just off of there. So addressing these features is a high priority, not only for Forest Service, but for those private landowners in that area as well. So another high priority project for us just based on visitation and access. The old town site in Boulder County, I believe this is in the Sugarloaf area. I think it's noted on here, but I do believe there is some Boulder County property on this one as well. So we may be receiving some Boulder County funds, but I know there's Forest Service contribution as well on the site. Boulder County, it just seems to be the gift that keeps on giving in terms of there's no shortage of mine features in Boulder County. There are, I would hazard to guess, thousands of mine features. We've addressed probably 1,000, and there's probably 1,000 more that we'll need to be working towards addressing in Boulder County. And as anyone is aware of the expansion of access kind of in the Front Range and folks getting out, none of these features in Front Range counties are inaccessible anymore. And there's not necessarily a respect for private property for the public. And so even though some of these features are on private property, they do still get accessed by the public, oftentimes on a consistent basis. So we have emphasized and prioritized Front Range counties to the extent that we're still addressing counties outside of the Front Range, but Boulder County continues to be a priority for us in terms of mine features. Pinion, this is another one that's kind of on the boundary between Clear Creek and Gilpin County. You'll see 7 adits, 11 shafts. There's no shortage of mine sites. We are receiving a Forest Service contribution on this as well, since we do have some Forest Service mine features. And I'll just note, you kind of see the historic feature there on the bottom photo. As part of all of our projects, since we are receiving and utilizing federal funds, we do go through the NEPA process. And as part of NEPA, there's a Section 106 consultation that we're required to do. And that Section 106 is our cultural resource inventories and consultation. And so on all of these sites, we work with our archaeologist assesses the site, they complete a cultural resource inventory, and then we have a consultation process through the federal agency with the State Historic Preservation Office and receive approval to move forward or suggestions on ensuring that we're not impacting the historical integrity of the site that may have particular significance. So just thought I'd note that, since we do have kind of a historic looking feature in one of those photos. And TK3 clay stopes. Reason why this is TK3 is we've had 3 TK projects. Maybe some of you remember, maybe you don't, but I believe it was in about 2017 or 2018, maybe. There was a rescue of a high school student from Golden High School from a clay stope right along the hogback, just north of the I-70 road cut. He was found to be rappelling into a open clay stope using a clothesline that he purchased from Ace Hardware. The clothesline broke about, he was, I think, 60 to 80 feet down inside the stope. Thankfully, he came to rest on a ledge before falling the full distance into the bottom of the mine workings. I believe he had a friend on the surface that went for help. He had to be rescued, so they called out Jefferson County High Angle Rescue. They came out, rescued the student. He had a broken leg and I think something else, but thankfully survived. But it kind of highlighted for us, this was an unknown mine feature. This had opened up relatively recently. We had completed some projects along the hogback on these historic clay stopes. Probably 20 years ago, these are some of the first mine projects that we did. And so we'd assessed that area. We had not identified this clay stope. We think it had relatively recently opened up, but obviously word had gotten around to the local teenagers that this was potentially a place to go exploring. So immediately following that event, we did an emergency closure on that site and completed closure of that mine feature. But that caused us to think, how many more of these have opened up since we historically did work kind of along that hogback? And so we found, I believe it was close to 40 different mine features that we identified pretty much from where those clay stopes, I think those clay stopes extend from the very southern end of Boulder County all along the Front Range down into Douglas County. And so we kind of did a full season assessment of all those sites for kind of that entire stretch of hogback, and have done 2 projects so far, TK1 and TK2, to address kind of the northern end and central area. And so this is kind of the final project to address the stopes we identified on the southern end of the hogback. Most of these features are within the Lockheed Martin property. They're just north of South Platte and west of Chatfield Reservoir. We've been working with Lockheed to cost share on the project. We think they should cost share. So we're working with them on trying to secure some additional funds. So it's not reflected right now in the project, but as you can see on the photos, they're extremely dangerous. I mean, these are wide open clay stopes, and some of them they're certainly within portions of the fenced property at Lockheed, but there's still evidence of visitation. So we are still seeing public accessing these features. I think the project manager that did the inventory noted there was a rope tied up adjacent to one of these features to a tree next to it. So we are still seeing access. And so our goal is really whatever Lockheed can give us, great, but we do want to get these closed because we think there's still the potential for the public to be injured by these mine features. So these are high priorities for us. I say high priority on all these because they really are all high priority, which makes it difficult to kind of choose between projects because they're all seeing visitation. The Black Cat project, that's in Saguache County. This one, there is some BLM lands. We just don't have an agreement in place with BLM yet to fund this, but we think we'll be able to secure that. You can see here, it's a number of mine shafts, kind of just out in the open. I believe this is on the kind of north and west side of the San Luis Valley there in Saguache County. So, relatively small project, some dangerous mine features. And then our final project is the Uray Mountain project in Uray County. Quite a few features in this project. We also think we may be able to secure some Forest Service funding for a few of the Forest Service features. We just don't have an agreement in place yet. A little bit of an expensive project, and that's mostly due to access. We may need to do some helicopter work to access a few of these sites. And when I mention that, just because we have to haul material there by helicopter doesn't mean that folks aren't actually accessing these sites, because the small trails still provide access right to these entries. One thing I'll note on this project, we had already kind of done some of the project development on this project and developed these mine features, but subsequent to completing the project development here, we were made aware of through the county, through the sheriff's office, that an individual had, we're not exactly sure if they had fallen into a mine shaft or if a body was disposed in a mine shaft, but there was a deceased individual that was found floating in a mine shaft kind of in this project area. It was not one of the mine features that we had identified. It was unknown to us, but it was adjacent to a trail. And so we initially kind of scrambled to include it in this project to address it, but the Forest Service, based on the fact that they manage the land where that feature is, decided to move forward with that mine feature kind of separately to address it more quickly. But just kind of as a note, these features are accessed. Whether that individual did not, was not deceased beforehand and potentially fell into it, it was relatively close to a trail and was unknown to us. So that's the list of projects. I've got kind of the breakdown on our cost on the back. You can see the total project cost, our potential financial contributions, our kind of, I have a mine fire monitoring line in there just to provide us some funds for doing mine fire monitoring throughout the year. Our cultural costs, you can see, are pretty high. It costs a lot to do those cultural resource inventories. Our personnel costs for the project portion of the grant, and then our administrative costs. And you can see the total grant request is 2.829 million, and that's what's been made available through the Office of Surface Mining for us. Any questions on the projects I covered or any details? Happy to answer anything.
I know the answer, but just the federal thing with the NEPA just seems like kind of should be a wash, right? Like the fact that there is a cultural cost is something that you're mitigating. You would think that would be a bit more of an in-kind opportunity.
You would hope.
Okay.
We found that
I'm sure you've asked the question.
oh, we've definitely asked the question because it has been an increasing cost for us to conduct these cultural resource inventories. We've toyed with a couple of different ways to do that. We tried to do in-house. There's some limitations on doing it in-house in terms of permitting through the State Historic Preservation Office. We've also hired contractors to do that work as well. We're trying to find a balance. We have some expertise in-house where we can do certain projects. Certain projects do require us to hire that out for services based on the permits that are required on federal lands. Our federal land partners, oftentimes, if they have funding, do provide some funding to help with that front end NEPA cultural work, but only on sites that they manage. So they're not gonna, Forest Service isn't gonna pay funds to do cultural inventories on private lands. So we're still gonna bear that cost, but the Forest Service, when they have funds available, they do assist with that cultural resource inventory work. Some of our biggest challenges are just getting those NEPA documents reviewed by the Forest Service or BLM just based on their staffing levels right now. So it can be an issue, but we have evaluated ways to reduce those costs, and yeah, because it's a lot.
Well, I'm just looking at the amount of work you're able to do. And then this is,
That's a bunch of projects we can do.
Yes, yeah, that's my point is I
sure.
I think about the criticality and the dangers that you're, assessing right now and dealing with. And that's not to say, of course, the cultural piece is important. I agree with that, but you would hope that there'd be some efficiency opportunities because this is,
That's 4 or 5 projects.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah.
It's, we recognize that, and we're hoping to come up with some solutions. It's just, we're kind of pigeonholed into a process that is dictated by the feds and the funding, and we don't have a lot of room to kind of maneuver within that. But we recognize it's a big cost, and to the extent that we can reduce it.
Impressive list of projects you've done.
So I have my approval request. So this does require board action to approve the grant as part of our plan that we put in place when our program was initiated, was to get MLRB approval for our grant applications. That concludes my presentation. Unless you have any additional questions.
I have a quick question. So can we find out further information on some of these projects, like the Huntsman's Ridge project? I mean, where would I look to find out information on?
I don't have it online. I can certainly get it to you if you'd like. So if there's any projects on those IIJA projects that were identified or anything else, feel free to reach out to me individually, and you may have my email address. If not, Cami can provide it.
Okay, cool.
But I'm happy to get you whatever information you want on either proposed projects, past projects, kind of what we've done. So
Given the danger of some of these projects, you don't want them online.
That is the challenge that we kind of battle with. I mean, obviously the information is, we can't, if somebody asks for it, cores it, we have to release it, but we do try and restrict what is available online, either from we don't want visitation on sites that we haven't addressed yet. And then we don't really want to provide a roadmap to sites that we have addressed because we don't want to see that vandalism. And in addition to that, a lot of those are on private property. And so we're not really trying to encourage public access of private property either. So certainly that's a good point.
Any other questions or discussion?
I just have a point of comment is because EML stuff is really high on everybody's radar throughout the Western US. I just am so proud to be a Coloradan in the program that this state runs for this. It is above all others, right? I just think you guys have done a top-notch job of doing it. And, it just makes me proud to be a Coloradan.
I appreciate that. Thank you. That's awesome.
I also just am blown away by the expertise in the division and how much you all do behind the scenes. That's really, really important for all of our communities. I'm a avid follower of your social media, which is great. So, just keep up the good work.
Appreciate it.
No, I mean, I think just the comment, you've got this in this nice tidy presentation. I'm looking at it like, oh my gosh, how much work is on every single one of these pages just to summarize not only the project, never mind the actual work that goes into it. So the opposite of my other efficiency opportunity question, I really commend you all, you know, and the state of Colorado for just what an incredible job you do to get this much done. It's no easy.
Thank you. Appreciate that. I have a great staff, incredible staff that does a lot of work behind the scenes.
Yeah.
A ton of work.
I always enjoy this update and the request, so. Any other comments?
It's mind-boggling how much more needs to get done.
It's an endless supply, sadly. It's like,
Anyone want to make a motion?
Yeah, make a motion that we approve the request of $2,829,000 for the 2026 projects.
Second? Second Stiegelmeier, any discussion? Okay, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And opposed, thank you so much.
thank you.
Great presentation, best of luck with all the projects and partnerships.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Time check here. We have an education item number 10.
No, ma'am, due to the nature of the rest of the agenda and stuff, we don't have an educational thing today, so.
Guess, do we have any, Tammy, are you aware of any public comment?
Nope.
No? Okay. Reason for executive session?
Annual training.
In executive session? Yeah. Okay. Maybe shall we take a quick break, then go into executive session? Just for the sake of everyone, and then is that okay with your timing, Tammy?
Yeah, it's supposed to be, lunch is supposed to be here around 11:30.
Okay.
So,
So we'll kind of working lunch, get it underway.
exactly.
What's the approximate timeline of the training?
90.
Yeah, about 90 minutes, an hour and a half, something.
Okay,
like that.
so we could.
It
kind of-
depends on you.
Yeah.
Any questions, so yeah,
Okay.
so.
We'll discuss, let's take a 10-minute break,
10 minutes.
yeah. Like a little bit after 10:40-ish. And then we'll come back and go.
Yeah.
instead of lunch break, we have to read that.
Yeah, before lunch.
We get to read it.
Everybody knows, you guys have gotten these before.
We have.
This is just all the new things that we did.
Are we good now, Cammy? Okay, so we had talked about, just the order of things. It looks like we've got some presentations from division staff that'll probably then line up well, hopefully with lunch. And we're not all moving back and forth. And then after lunch, we can do executive session and finish some of the training. So we're gonna hear some training from, the division staff first.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Russ Means for the division. So today, we're doing the required orientation for board members and new members and stuff that's required under section 24, 3.7102 and House Bill 181198. So presentation today and stuff is by DRMS program managers as well as the Attorney General's office. So to get things started, give you an overview here of the organizational chart. I think between last year and this year, the big difference and stuff here and stuff is that the finance team and stuff is led by Fafanzi Dussault. And we've rearranged our accounting and budgeting procurement processes and stuff there and that under her. Of course, we have the mine safety training program, the coal mine board of examiners under the coal regulatory program, and the inactive mines and the mine subsidence program and stuff under Mr. Graves. A little bit of an overview of our budget for 25-26. Our budget and stuff is approximately $8,035,000. This is a breakdown of our how our funds and stuff come in. You'll note and stuff that we have cash funds that are severance tax, as well as cash funds that are fees, and then federal funds. So the minerals program is severance tax and fee based. We don't have any grants, whereas the coal program and the inactive mines and stuff are all partially or fully funded and stuff through federal funding. And each one of the program managers will get into that a little bit better. So, and we have a total of 64.8 FTEs. I think the 0.8 is right here. So that's so the statutes and stuff that we work under. Of course, we work under 3433-101 for the surface coal mining. For the minerals program, we work under 3432, which is the hard rock metal mines and designated mining operations, and then 3432.5, which is the construction materials part of the minerals program. The objectives of the regulatory programs include promoting the responsible development of the state's minerals and energy resources while protecting public health, safety, welfare, and the environment. We also reclaim coal and mineral mined acres to beneficial post-mine land use. We protect the environment by ensuring regulatory compliance at coal and minerals mine sites. And we coordinate all of our permitting, regulatory, and public review processes with our federal, state, and local agencies, and implement interagency agreements for groundwater, stormwater, point source, and mine waste issues. And that, in particular, today it's we talked a little bit about the Division of Water Resources and the CPW that we work with for minerals on active mine sites. We also have MOUs with the Department of Energy, with the Bureau of Land Management and Forest Service, in particular for minerals in that. So whenever we have applications for prospecting or a mine permit on federal lands and stuff, we work with those agencies and stuff through our MOUs. And we also have consistent communications and stuff with the staff from those different agencies and stuff during our review processes. Speaking of regulatory processes, what we do and stuff is we obviously the permitting, we do inspections, we bring enforcement actions when necessary. One of our primary goals and stuff is ensuring that we have adequate bonding And we ensure that, again, and stuff, the reclamation is completed, per the approved plans and stuff back to some kind of a beneficial use.
Russ,
Yes, sir.
can I ask a question? Your budget is separate from bonding. Correct?
Correct, uh-huh.
Okay. What, do you have an idea what the total amount of our bonding is? Ballpark?
Yeah, I'll get to that. Actually,
Oh.
and stuff, I have a slide here and stuff that has the latest and greatest numbers and stuff for what the minerals program has and that but yeah, each site and stuff and that is individually bonded. And then when we go out and do inspections and stuff, where we do updates and stuff to those bonds and stuff to keep them up to date. And so off the top of my head, we'll get there. So we're close to $1.5 billion and stuff in reclamation bonding that we hold and stuff and that for active mineral sites.
Big numbers.
Yeah, it's a big number, yeah.
I have a question about federal funding that's been cut so many ways that I've seen locally. Have we experienced that kind of thing?
I will let, for minerals program, those cuts and stuff there have not been directly impacted, but, because we are together now and stuff as active mines in that, the coal funding and stuff that indirectly affects the minerals program in some degrees and stuff and how we pay, fund our staffing. Cause we try to leverage and stuff, those kind of funds and stuff across the board and stuff to help mitigate some of those impacts and stuff like that. But I'll let Jason and stuff address that a little bit more and stuff in that for the coal program and stuff. Cause he's a big advocate and stuff in that for, keeping our funding, where it's at or getting more. So.
If you want us to wait till the end of the presentation, we will, but
No,
okay.
this is really, really informal. And that I should have said that from the beginning and stuff that, so interrupted any time and stuff and that, and if I can answer it, and if not, I'll boot it off and stuff to Jason.
I noticed when you were looking at, when we talk about revenue, the fees are actually a very small part of our revenue. And I question, have those fees, how are they established? I would assume that you guys decide what the fees are.
So actually the fees and stuff that any kind of fee structure and stuff, it has to be approved through the legislature. And that, so which goes back.
Legislature decides the fees. Have they been increased?
The our fees have not for minerals have not been increased since 2008. And that, so overall in 2002 they went from the general fund, maybe it was 2001, 2002. They went from the funding went from the general fund to severance tax, and now so the sev tax and stuff and that, oil and gas and resource other resources and stuff and that. That's what they pay. That's what helps goes into the severance tax and stuff. So that change and stuff was to more in line up and stuff where the funding and stuff paying for the regulation and stuff of those natural resources. So in 2008, there was a major change in our act. Actually, it involved in stuff designated mining operations is specifically for uranium and that, and so there was a fee increase at that time, and that hasn't been increased and stuff since then. We have talked about that and stuff and that, but under the current budgetary constraints and stuff and that, we're holding steady. The minerals budget is pretty firm and steady there. But the issue and stuff is that originally it was supposed to be 50 to 60% fee based versus 40% severance tax, and right now it's kind of the opposite. So at some point and stuff in the future, we're going to have to try to look at fees and stuff to increase the fees and stuff to swing that balance back into what the original intent and stuff was.
And if I could just add on to that, it is something we're focused on. As Russ mentioned, you know, there are challenges in particular right now with the state budget, as well as taper implications for raising fees. But you know, when the time is right, we will take a run at that, and also consider other options that we've seen from some of our sister agencies where those fees have been removed out of statute, which would then conceivably give the board the ability to periodically review and raise those fees as necessary. But as Russ explained, the fees are insufficient right now. They're not in line with the amount of staff effort that's required to review these different types of applications, and nor are they really in line with what we see from a lot of our other state reclamation programs. So
A typical NOI costs $86. So in other states and that it's not actually apples to apples. They have different structures and stuff there, but other states that are similar to Colorado and stuff, their NOIs can be anywhere from $500 to a couple $1,000s and stuff for that for their application. So that's one area and stuff that we would really like to see some review and stuff, that in particular and stuff is on prospecting and exploration. To be more in line and stuff with our adjacent states and stuff, and that for sure. Because since about 2010, our focus and stuff on NOIs has been a bit different. Prior to that, it was you paid your $86, if you will, and stuff, and you went and did your work and that, and the division and stuff really didn't have a lot of oversight over that. But with the change and stuff in 2008, we kind of started looking at NOIs differently, and we started doing inspections and ensuring and stuff that work and stuff, and that the definitions of prospecting versus development and that which, of course, this board and stuff has had discussions and stuff that definitions and stuff on development versus exploration and prospecting and stuff. So that's kind of the things and stuff that we've looked at over in the past. So, as noted, minerals program and stuff, we're directly under the hard rock and the construction materials, 34, 32 and 32.5. And what this does is it allows the continued development of mining operations while requiring the land to be returned to a beneficial use. So, and we also, work as noted and stuff closely and stuff with CPW and Division of Water Resources and stuff to protect the wildlife and our other resources and stuff that are involved in mining activities. So minerals, the division's staff has the authority to make permitting decisions unless the action is subject to public objection, in which case the board hears and decides the permitting. So if we don't have any objections to an application, staff has the authority to go ahead and approve those. You don't have to have any oversight on that. One of the important things and stuff is that any decision that the staff makes, a party can appeal that decision to you. So while our decisions and stuff and that usually are final, if somebody really doesn't like it and stuff, they can bring that issue and stuff before the board and we can have discussions in front of you to make that final decision. And all of the minerals enforcement actions are brought to the board for consideration and a decision by the board. This is different from coal, which Jason may touch on, but any kind of enforcement action, that's why you see a reason to believe letter and stuff instead of a notice of violation. There's only one exception to that, and that's for hard rock annual fees and that, I believe, and stuff. So here's some stats for you. We have, this is for the 2025 year, and that, of course, we're a quarter of the way into 2026, but we have 1,361 permits that we have oversight of currently. That's 1,232 mining permits and 129 notices of intent. Our permitted acreage is 205,000 acres and then our affected lands are about 124,693. And the disparity there and stuff is under 112. The permitted acreage versus the affected and stuff could be different. And we still have some larger sites and stuff that have a very large permitted area, but smaller footprints and stuff for the affected areas. So that's why there's a discrepancy and stuff there. This last year, we had 25 new permit applications that were approved, and we had 32 NOIs. The number of NOIs is an uptick. what we've seen and stuff over the last year is some uranium drilling projects, as well as some interest and stuff in copper deposits. So that just reflects the stuff, the national interest and stuff in those strategic metals and that. So we've had additional projects and stuff in those particular areas. So staff approved 455 revisions to our existing permits and modifications for NOIs. So that's a pretty significant amount of oversight and stuff over our existing permits. We conducted 549 inspections on permitted sites and NOIs. We had 12 official citizens complaints that were in the system, but we also had numerous other complaints that came through just through emails and telephone calls and stuff that they didn't get put into the system and stuff and that. But so we had over 12 citizens complaints and stuff that we addressed and stuff in that last year. So we have a 98% compliance rate for all of our permitted operators. That's just on all categories. When you take it all together and take the number of violations and things that we had and we divide it into the number, that's the number that we had. Typically, every year we're between 98 and about 99% compliance rate. So that's really great. I really like to point that out. Staff works really, really hard there. I should at some point and stuff in that see how many RTBs we issue versus how many RTBs end up in front of you. But you guys get to deal with that 2%, you know, and that. So, and that's the 2% and stuff and that my position and Michael's and stuff that deal with and stuff more than the other 98%. And it's a testament to stuff and that to staff. So this last year we reclaimed close to 2,000 acres back to and released close to 2,000 acres and stuff back to beneficial use. And here's the number and stuff that for our financial warranties are 1,464,000,000. That's just for the minerals part. A large portion of that is with our three major operators, CC&B and Climax and Henderson. Those are a big chunk of stuff with of our overall liabilities there, but it's also in stuff with the bigger companies and stuff like that we're comfortable and stuff with their financial situations. So just to remind you and stuff of that, we have the Denver main office here, and then we have the Grand Junction field office. There are 3 teams here in Denver and the 1 team in Grand Junction. Each team has a specialist underneath it, and we divide up the permits and stuff in that by the counties and the number of permits in each county to try to keep a balance for each team. So while there may be a team that has more counties, they may have less permits and stuff in those counties and stuff. So we try to keep a balance so that our specialists and stuff have somewhere between 75 and 100 permits and stuff of oversight and stuff. So, and the next slide was gonna be what I have handed out to you and stuff is our staff experience. So that's the handout and stuff that I gave you here. I was fighting with PowerPoint and with Excel and Excel one. So one of the things I wanted to bring up is we are staffed to you in that, but I think it's important and stuff for you to understand the stuff, the experience that your staff brings to you. So we put together just a real quick little spreadsheet here that kind of gives you the years of experience with DRMS, other years of experience in other areas, and a little bit of the background and stuff behind what that experience is, as well as the degrees and stuff that we have here in that. And when you look at it, you can see and stuff that there's we have a broad range and stuff of expertise and stuff that's available to you when we're doing all these reviews, and we're talking into that about our reviews and stuff. You understand and stuff, the education and the background and stuff of your staff that goes into those kind of things and stuff there. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention and stuff because I think it's something important stuff for the board to understand stuff. Who when we talk about something and stuff like that, that's what our background and stuff is. So it's quite a variety between engineering, reclamation, vegetation, hydrology, wildlife, and that. We have a paleontologist and that, and so those are the kind of important things and stuff for that we have background in. And then when necessary, we also and stuff for that are not afraid to reach out to our sister program and stuff for that, the Inactive Minds and stuff for that, if we need additional support and stuff on a particular project or something. So real quick, well, not too quick, but some of the things and stuff we do, I've mentioned Cripple Creek and Victor is our gold mine and stuff down at CC&B. It's the only large scale cyanide leaching mine and stuff in the state. We do gravel mines, and that's a picture and stuff of the installation of slurry wall and stuff with the slopes and stuff that are involved there. We have stone quarries, of course, and we have a unique stone quarry and stuff that's an underground quarry and stuff. That's the marble quarry in Marble, where the marble and stuff in that for the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier, as well as some of the monuments and stuff in Washington, D.C., as well as here in Denver and stuff, and that all came from the Ewell quarry and stuff that's historical. It's kind of a cool place to go check out. And of course, we have the molybdenum mines and stuff in Climax and Henderson. So we have a broad range of resources and stuff that we work with. So really quick, in that construction materials, we have a variety of permits, and they can be anywhere from 5 acres to thousands of acres. The mining and stuff for construction materials is by pit, quarry, and as I noted, the stuff, the underground methods. Gravel, sand, dimensional stone, limestone, gypsum are the primary ones, but we also have over time and stuff in that topsoil mining and borrow areas and stuff for construction material, for highway construction and other kind of projects and stuff, and that are all part of those permits and stuff that we issue. For hard rock, as noted, we have molybdenum, uranium, and gold mines. While we have 135 hard rock permits, 56 of those are designated mining operations. A large majority of these mines and stuff are very small. I don't want to say mom and pop, but they're smaller operations and stuff that their levels of operations and stuff are greatly varied and stuff, but our biggest permittees and stuff, the DMOs and stuff that for CCV, Climax, and Henderson, those are the sites and stuff that take up a majority of staff's time, because we have monthly inspections on those. We have a team that takes 4 or 5 specialists and stuff. They each take turns and stuff going and doing inspections, because each one of them has their own set of eyes. So they take a look at different aspects and stuff of that mining operation when they're there. And it's also for institutional knowledge. In the past, with just one specialist and stuff there, if that specialist left, then all that knowledge and stuff on that huge site and stuff is gone. And so it's really important that, it's a very important aspect of stuff that we changed that over to a team aspect about 10 years ago. Correct. So bonding and costs in that, it's based on the approved reclamation plans, and what it would cost the state to hire a contractor or to turn it over to Inactive Mines and stuff to hire a contractor in order to get that done. It also includes the indirect costs and stuff for that operator or for that contractor to come in with profit, administrative fees, and the like there. And I always like to end up, this is the Bighorn Sheep and stuff at the reclaimed quarry slope. This is the Wallstrom quarry, which is right, going right in the middle of the construction and stuff there at Floyd Hill and stuff there. But this is right up above them, and that, which is turned into quite a haven and stuff for some of the Bighorn Sheep and stuff there. And that also helps us stuff with their migratory pathways and stuff in that through that area. So with that, I will turn it over to Jason and the coal program, and we'll go from there unless you have any questions directly for the minerals program right now.
So is your presentation in part of our materials, or can we get a copy of your?
I'll get a copy to you. and stuff
Okay,
like
thank
that.
you.
Yeah, you bet.
That's great.
Pretty good.
Thanks, Russ. Morning, Jason Music, Coal Program Director with the division. Good to see everybody. Probably see you once a year for this thing. We'll go over a little bit about the coal program. Specifically, I'll talk mostly about the differences between coal and minerals. This board obviously sees the minerals stuff monthly. And I'll just go over a little bit of the differences, funding, federal partners, and exactly what the role of the board is for the coal program. So just a quick map. It's a dated map, but it is accurate in terms of the coal regions throughout the state of Colorado. So the dark gray areas of this map are where most of the coal mines in Colorado have historically been located or are currently located. The majority of the coal mines are, the active producing coal mines are going to be in that Green River region, which is Steamboat Springs, Craig kind of area, and then the North Fork of the Gunnison area. We do have one active producing coal mine down in Hesperus near Durango. But for the most part, the sites that are in the other areas or have historically been in the other areas are either in full reclamation, no longer producing, or have been terminated from the division's jurisdiction. Russ went over a few of the statutory and regulatory authorities. For coal, it is 34 to 33-101, which is the Colorado Surface Coal Mining and Reclamation Act. And then those regulations promulgated there under are the Colorado Mine Land Reclamation Board for coal mining. The board's authority for the coal program is a little different, as Russ alluded to. For coal, division staff has direct authority for issuing permitting and enforcement actions. So that's substantially different than minerals, in which this board serves as that authority for those permitting and enforcement actions. However, the board does serve as the appellant arm to resolve any challenges or appeals to any action that the division would make on a staff level. And this board could reverse, affirm, or modify those decisions. Or send those decisions back down at the staff level to take a look at those again. Now, I will touch on a few instances in which the board does have direct authority, generally in enforcement for revocation or forfeiture, those type of things. But for the most part, staff has the authority on the coal level to issue permit and enforcement actions. Another major difference is how our program was kind of enacted. So 1977, the Surface Mining Control and Reclamation Act on a federal level was promulgated, and that also afforded every state that had a coal mining being conducted within its borders to if they met minimum performance standards under SMACRA, they could enact their own program and receive primacy. So they would become the direct regulatory authority or the primary regulatory authority for mining, coal mining in their state. Colorado did that. It was delegated primacy in 1980. And so as part of that delegation for our program, you might sometimes hear a coal program being referred to as a Title V program, or an AML program or inactive mines program being referred to as a Title IV program. That refers to the title that's identified in SMACRA. So under Title IV, that's where the AML programs are enacted. Title V, that's where the coal programs are enacted. Because we were delegated primacy in 1980, we have the luxury of some federal oversight from our partner agency, the Office of Surface of Mining. And that's also due to the fact that we receive funding from our federal partner. That funding in Colorado is distributed in terms of how much federal funding we regulate, or how much federal lands we regulate. That directly correlates to how much federal funding we receive. So in Colorado currently, we're regulating about 87% of our coal mine lands are on federal lands, with about 13% being on non-federal lands. So we have a cooperative agreement that's written in regulation, Reg 906. And that is basically the cooperative agreement between the state of Colorado and the U.S. Department of Interior's Office of Surface Mining agreement. And that dictates everything from funding to how we will enact our program, how we will enforce our program. And so, so it's a slight difference in both how we're funded and then our interaction with our federal partners.
And Forest Service is not Interior, so it still works the same way.
Sure. Well, it doesn't work the same way. Forest Services serves as we obviously work with Forest Service substantially, but Forest Service and BLM serves as a land management agency, so we treat them as land ownership basically. So they, you know, if there's an activity being conducted in terms of coal mining on Forest Service or BLM land or any other federal managed land, then we would adhere to those requirements in terms of NEPA. There is a unique instance that if coal mining is being conducted on federal lands, that coal mine not only gets a permit through us, but they also get a federal mining permit. And so because it's a federal action and a federal mine permit, that enacts a NEPA process as well. However, that said, because we are the primary regulatory authority, generally OSM on that federal mine plan waits until we make approval, and then they take our approval and copy and paste it, and then they approve it. So, so that's kind of how it works with
So
Forest Service. or
Because
BLM.
it's USDA, Forest Service.
Sure.
That's, it's still done through the Office of
That's right.
Service.
Russ ran through some numbers on minerals. Here's a few numbers on coal. As you can see, it's substantially different. We have currently 65 active mine sites. That includes exploration sites or exploration sites that have not been terminated. It's much smaller, as you can see, than minerals. However, if you look at the number of acres permitted, we're right up there as well. So as you can imagine, every coal mine site or active coal mine sites are fairly large, both in an affected area and disturbed area. So, you know, a big surface mine or a big underground mine may have 20,000 acres of affected land. And so, you know, we only have 65 sites, but it makes up 160,000+ acres. And the same instance with the new permit applications and revisions, we received 62 last year. That includes, and I'll walk through the revision process a little bit. But every revision in coal is, with the exception of a minor revision, is pretty substantial. There's a lot of oversight. There's a lot of review. We have a lot of rules. And then number of inspections completed, we have 260 last year. And that's simply because coal mines were regulatorily required to conduct one inspection a month at every site. So we're out there every month. And I'll get into the types of inspections, but our staff's out there every month, so we conduct quite a few inspections. We have 0 citizens complaints.
You know, that's a remarkable number.
What's that?
0 complaints, and it's also a remarkable number for you, Russ, 12. That's 1 a month. So the only thought that I had was maybe when they call you to complain, you give them Russ's number.
Yeah, or I give them the wrong number.
Is that
Yeah,
possible?
whatever works, you know,
We caught him.
Yeah, do whatever we can, but I mean, I wish I could say that we have this phenomenal relationship, but the truth of the matter is our coal mines are in locations that very few citizens would be impacted. The complaints we do get, however, And this board has seen a few on coal, generally stem from national organizations, Sierra Club, Wild Earth Guardians, Center for Biological Diversity. Those are just a few. And those complaints generally stem from a kind of a nationwide focus. And then Colorado, of course, gets rolled up into those when it comes to coal mining. But no citizens' complaints last year anyway, so it is a positive. We don't issue a lot of notice of violations or cessation orders. We did issue 2 last year. Those 2 are associated with a site that we have suspended, that we brought to this board on suspension. If you guys remember that, that was last year, the New Elk mine and the Lawrencito mine, we suspended that last year based on those violations. Number of acres reclaimed or released last year was 494. And I'll get into the coal bond release process. It's pretty extensive. And so it's a big number to get release on coal mines. And then Russ went over the financial warranty. Financial warranty for both active mines and exploration for coal is around 237 million. Coal mining in Colorado. Currently, we have 5 active producing coal sites in Colorado, 4 underground mines, 2 surface mines. Of those, I say active producing are 2 surface mines that are currently providing producing, but they're producing in order to stockpile. And the other one is currently just stockpiled. And that is both the Trapper mine and the Colorado mine that feed the Craig Power Station, of which is slated to close. So those 2 mines are directly affected by that closure. The Colorado mine has already initiated complete reclamation, and the Trapper mine will do so relatively soon. Last year, 2025, Colorado produced about 10.6 million tons of coal. That's fairly normal. I think that's up a little bit. I think we were at 10.3 last year. Our high over the last 5 or 6 years was 2020. We were at 10.9. So we're maintaining. I think next year it'll drop off substantially. The industry currently employs around 1,000 miners. Coal mining in Colorado. Reclamation bonds, it's similar to minerals. We have performance bonds required for all operations. We currently hold 237 million coal mine reclamation bonds. As Russ mentioned, that's worst case scenario. Bonding, it's what it would cost the state to fully reclaim these sites. It includes indirect costs, including profit administration fees. Those are all included in the bond amount. Just real quick on permitting, because it is different than minerals. In a coal permit, it's an active living permit. So if one page in that permit gets revised, whether it's just pagination or whether it's a new ownership or control person, that whole page gets changed and the other one goes away. So it's kind of a living document, and so they're referred to as revisions. We have a minor revision, technical revision, and a permit revision. Minor revisions are just that, very minor. They might be adding an insurance document, something like that. Technical revision is a minor modification. However, it may include a design change. So there'll be a little bit more robust review of that process internally and in terms of timing. And then a permit revision would be the most significant modification. Those in the foreseeable future are mostly going to revolve around post-mining land use changes. As you can imagine, a mine that was permitted 40 years ago is now ramping down. Their post-mining land use change, or post-mining land use that was approved 40 years ago may have been rangeland, wildlife habitat, whatever. And these are big, substantial mines with a lot of infrastructure. So it might be the case that they come in and ask for a post-mining land use change to industrial commercial in order to take advantage of those buildings or the infrastructure. That would require a permit revision. It also requires a federal mine plan modification, which also requires NEPA. And so So those are pretty significant. But those are what we'll see in the future, I would imagine, just based on the environment of coal mining in Colorado. In terms of, these aren't necessarily permit revisions, but they are part of our permitting process, is the bond release. They'll submit a bond release application. In coal, every mine site has to submit a permit renewal every 5 years. Those permits are renewed every 5 years. Then every 2.5 years, the division conducts a midterm review, which is basically focused on a site-wide cost estimate. So every mine site, a site-wide cost estimate for coal is completed every 2.5 years. So those costs are updated. We also have surety increases that are based on those midterm review site-wide cost estimates. And then finally, we have succession of operators, which is any transfer, assignment, or sale of permit right. So that's just change in ownership or change of permittee at a coal mine. Like I said, revisions to the permit, the TR and PR process, there's opportunity for informal conferences prior to a proposed decision. TR and PR also has they have the opportunity to request a formal hearing by this board. And like I said, to reverse, affirm, or modify any proposed decision. So everything except for a minor revision, what the division does is we issue what's referred to as a proposed decision. So we're not making the decision yet. We ready to approve. So we're going to propose a decision, and then it sets there based on whatever comment period time frame it is. So on let's say a technical revision, it's 10 days. So we'll propose a decision. 10 days, the public has an opportunity to comment after those 10 days. And really the only comments that they could have is once we issue a proposed decision, they would appeal to the board. That would be the only opportunity. So within that 10 days on a technical revision, they would appeal to the board for whatever reason. The board would hear their appeal and then either affirm our decision or tell us to go back and look at it or modify it. And but ultimately the decision comes from staff. Then the difference on the minor revision is, like I said, they will issue and approve a minor revision. We don't propose a decision, but after we issue a decision on a minor revision, the only action that the public would have or any interested party would be request a formal hearing by this board. In terms of permit renewals, this board is responsible for denying any permit renewal. That's one action that the board has. If for example, trying to think of a scenario, if a mine site were to, I guess the best example, we have had a mine site that the operator just kind of walked away. They got to the point where we released enough of it. We hold a minimum in coal. We have to hold a minimum of $10,000 bond. And so for this particular operator, they felt like it would be more economical to walk away and lose $10,000 than to pay throughout the landowner right of access, those kind of things. So what they did at the renewal process, they just didn't renew their permit. And so, or they renewed it and they didn't follow up on it. So then we denied the permit or request to deny them came to the board denied the permit, then we revoked the site. So that would be an issue, an instance in which the board would make a decision on a renewal. In terms of a midterm review or a surety increase, we provide the operator or any interested party with an opportunity for an informal conference. At the informal conference, if we cannot come to a resolution, that interested party could then request a formal hearing by the board to same instance to reverse our decision or to listen to it or modify that adjustment if they believe, hey, you guys increased this $1 million. We think it should be 500,000. That's one item that I could see coming in front of this board, simply because when you have a ramp down of coal and we are still increasing bond every 2.5 years, well, they don't want to pay those premium costs on their bond. So they may come to the board and ask for some sort of relief in those costs. So I could see this board facing those in the future. We haven't yet. We've been able to handle those through the informal conference process, but they're getting a little bit more and more contentious. So that could happen. And then finally, on bond release, anyone that has interest in bond release could appeal our decisions and come in front of the board on a bond release process, which would be the same thing. The board would either affirm or reverse or modify our decision, and would be sent down to staff to review those things. So those are just a few instances where the board would have some type of authority on a decision-making process. Little bit on our bond release process, because it is different. For all coal mine sites, there is a 10-year liability. So once the seed goes in the ground and the reclamation's done, they will not get termination of jurisdiction or receive any of their bond until that 10-year liability period is up. Now, they can receive a certain percentage of bond based on the type of release that we do. So we have 3 phases, phase 1, 2, and 3 of a bond release process. And then finally, the termination of jurisdiction. A phase 1 bond release is they can receive up to 60% of that applicable area of their bond return. Phase 2, they could receive an additional 25% of that area, and phase 3 is the final 15% of that area. Now, we wouldn't terminate jurisdiction of the area, but we would terminate jurisdiction of the entire mine site of the permit once they receive full phase 3 bond release after the 10-year liability. Bond release has a robust stakeholder participation. We do get objections. Those lead to an informal conference. Those objections could be also requests for adjudicatory hearing in front of the board. And then, like I said, the board affirms, reverses, or modifies any proposed decision that the division would make on those bond releases. So I mentioned phase 1, that's 60% of your bond. This is basically what it would be. So it's backfilling and grading. This is the Yost mine, which the division just recently terminated our jurisdiction on in December. So that was kind of a big deal. We're up for a few awards for that action, but this is just an example of the backfilling and grading process. So for this area, they would get 60% of the applicable bond back once they backfill and grade the area. They don't have to reseed it. They don't have to revegetate it. They just have to bring it back to what's called the approximate original contour. So whatever that ground looked like prior to mining, that's what it needs to look like, or approximately close to that. Now, approximately is a bit of a contentious word, but depending on who you ask, but that's what they'll get. Same site, phase 2. So that's going to be topsoil redistribution of that same area. It's also going to be the establishment of enough cover to prevent erosion and any reestablishment of drainages. And so you can see on this photo on the right, there's rock-lined drainage coming down that. Hard to tell without contours, but that's kind of the establishment you get. You get phase 2 approval, so that's an additional 25%. So the only thing left for this after phase 2 would be 15% of bond we would hold until phase 3. So phase 3 is this picture, same site. So phase 3 is basically revegetation success, and the standards for revegetation are pretty robust in coal. There's, depending on the site, there's cover standard, diversity standard, there may be a woody stem standard, there may be a shrub standard. There's 2 years of vegetation sampling to prove to the division that we've met that standard. Division goes out, does their inspections. So it's pretty robust to get that. That's why it's impressive when a site such as this, a big surface mine, a big site, can get full phase 3 bond release, get all their bond back, because in this site in particular, most of these sites up by Oak Creek, they're all rangeland wildlife habitat. And, you know, just for an example, there was no grouse there prior to mining. Now there's grouse everywhere. So now wildlife doesn't want anybody over there because there's grouse there, but there's grouse there because the mine was there. It's a whole thing. But that's your 3 phases of bond release. Just a couple pictures of the Yost mine, during mining and after initial reclamation. So it's pretty good reclamation. If you go to a fully terminated coal mine, it's been reclaimed and received termination of jurisdiction, specifically a surface mine, it's going to be a pretty nice place. Our inspections, they're a little bit different. We have 2 types of inspections, a partial inspection and a complete inspection. As I said, we go out once a month. Partial inspections, we do 8 a year. So those are generally every time we go out as a partial inspection. And it's basically a review of some portion of the permit, so the performance standard. So let's say ponds. So the specialist would go out and just inspect ponds that month or something. Whatever that performance standard is, replacement of topsoil, ponds, vegetation. Now, a complete inspection is conducted 1 per quarter by statute. So a complete inspection is an on-site review of all permits, conditions, and requirements. Now, that's not in depth because we would be out there for a year at one site, but it is looking at each specific part, you know, at least a relative sample of each specific part. And it also includes a records inspection. So at a coal mine, there's a number of records you have to keep: discharge permits, blasting permits, whatever they are. So there's a records review of that process as well. And a little different than minerals, coal, by statute, we have to conduct our inspections on an irregular basis without notice. So we are prohibited from notifying coal operators that we're going to be out there. And part of that is because we're out there once a month, so they would probably pick up on it. So that's a little different in minerals. We have a few different types of inspections besides the partial and complete inspections. We do conduct aerial inspections. We work with the state patrol and utilize their aircraft to conduct aerial inspections. We do a few inspections on citizens' requests. Although we don't receive citizens' complaints, we do receive requests for inspections. There's bond release inspections. That's the evaluation of that reclamation. And then a site could come in and request a reduction in inspection frequency from the monthly inspection. And that would only be approved if the site was put into what we would refer to as an inactive status, would be temporary cessation, permanent cessation, or it's an abandoned site. Then we would reduce our inspection frequency. And that reduced inspection frequency, as with everything in coal, involves a robust public participation process. Enforcement, this would involve the board as well. We have notice of violations, we have cessation orders, we have show cause orders, and we have civil penalties. So notice of violation is just what it is. It's a violation of any act or rules or permit condition. It's generally could be administrative or it could be based on the inspection. We would fix an abatement time frame that would be done at the staff level. Any decision for that abatement that could be appealed would be appealed to the board. So if we require them to abate something for some reason, they disagreed with that abatement process, they could appeal that to the board and request an informal public hearing based on the abatement. We would try to work through that process. Cessation orders is the kind of same thing, violation of act or rules. That does or will have the potential to cause imminent harm. Cessation order would generally be issued most recently for they submit a revision and they start conducting the action before we approve the revision. And we would shut down that portion of the mine. Or it could be a failure to abate an NOV. We issue a bunch of NOVs. They didn't abate those NOVs in a certain time frame. We would issue a CO. Same situation. They could appeal anything to the board. A CO has an automatic informal public hearing unless that's waived by the operator. Finally, show cause order is based on pattern of violations or any violation that's willfully caused by the permittee. That show cause order is basically what it says. It's a show the division cause why we should not revoke the permit. And so they would submit to us why we should not revoke the permit. Civil penalties, that's done at the staff level as well. So so if there's an NOV, we would assign usually a civil penalty assessment officer. That would be a third-party person within the division that's not connected to any action. That assessment officer would then assess how much the penalty should be based on, we have criteria in our statute on what those would be. That includes history, seriousness, fault, and good faith. That comes up with a number. And and they can appeal that number to the board. But that civil penalty is done at the staff level. So your request for hearing by this board for enforcement would be, like I said, any person issued a NOV or CO show cause order civil penalty. They can request a hearing. Any decision of the NOV or CO would come from this board in a finding of facts. The decision from the show cause order would be a written decision from this board on any reason concerning suspension or revocation. Same with civil penalty. This board would make a finding on whatever they decide on the civil penalty. And that's the fixed civil penalty, and the assessed civil penalty by the board. And then revocation, that's a decision solely conducted by this board. Any revocation of a coal mine site would be made by this board also to suspend, which we did last year. We conducted a suspension. So, and then finally forfeiture. That forfeiture would be also a written determination by this board as well. So revocation, forfeiture, any appeals on enforcement actions would come to the board. So those are a few of the items that the board has decision-making authority on for coal. Any questions on coal? Pretty straightforward. Yeah. In the org chart, Russ mentioned that the mine safety and training program is also under the coal regulatory program. This program conducts a variety of mine safety and mine rescue courses for the industry. They meet the requirements of MSHA parts 46, 48, 49, and any other federal and state safety regulations involving miners. Like last year, they trained or assist an average of 4,500 miners in Colorado. And our mine safety and training program is also responsible for tourist mine inspections in Colorado. And as you recall, last few months or last few 6 months, we were, as a division, conducting rulemaking for the tourist mine rules. The Director Cunningham promulgated those rules in February. And so we are now currently working on a new set of tourist mine inspection rules. So, so that was a big lift, but that's also, those are the two primary responsibilities for our mine safety and training program. And then finally, we have the other board of this division is the Coal Mine Board of Examiners. That board is responsible for the examination, training, and certification of mining positions, coal mining positions. So that could be foremen or electricians, blasters, those kind of things. They meet quarterly, and they conduct examinations for those positions quarterly as well. So that board is similar to this board in that they are appointed by the governor and confirmed by the General Assembly and serve four-year terms. And that's it for me. Any questions on mine safety or?
I'm going back to the federal government.
Yeah,
again.
sure.
Are there cases where Forest Service or Interior says, no, this can't go forward, or you're wrong on this, or that kind of thing?
Yep. Yeah, so I shouldn't say that they've denied anything. They just, in some instances, they don't approve anything. So not, so in the last, I would say the last 4 years, I mentioned the federal mine plans, and I mentioned NEPA. So if a mine submits an application, a revision, or a new permit, it has to be approved by the federal government if it's on federal land. And so those applications did not get approved. They kind of just set stale over the last 4 years. Yeah, 4 to 6 years. And so it's not necessarily that but they do have that authority. There is a process on a federal mine plan. It has to be approved by the Assistant Secretary for Lands and Minerals with Department of Interior. And if that individual does not sign it, then it doesn't go anywhere, even if the state approves it. So if we approved a coal mining application, we could approve up to the point of right of entry. So the federal mine plan approval would be their right of entry. And if they can't get that approved, then we would be sitting there without right of entry, with everything else being approved. So it does have an effect, as you can imagine, with coal mining. It's a contentious issue, always has been. And so it certainly depends on politics, those kind of things. So yeah, we just do our job and get to where we can issue some sort of decision or propose some sort of decision, and then we wait on it. Great.
At some point, there were kind of oral history videos on YouTube. Was that? Oh, okay. Where are those?
They're still there.
Okay,
They should be on the YouTube channel.
okay.
Yeah.
Or were they about coal mining or?
We've had a number of different oral histories. So we did one on coal mining in the Trinidad area. We've done one on mining in Silverton, so Silverton miners, and then we recently did one on DOE uranium mining production in the West Slope.
Okay, I'll get with you and get the links and stuff. Thanks. Yeah, I grew up west of Trinidad and I just always saw the slag heaps and just part of, I thought that was what mountains look like.
It's Black Mountain.
Yeah, just black. But yeah, a huge part of the economy and the culture. And thanks. I learned a lot from the presentation.
And those are available where?
They're on the division's YouTube channel. I can send you a link to that if you like.
That'd be great.
It's actually on the homepage of
Okay.
ours.
Okay.
It's under MLRB stream, and if you go on there, you can actually click in there and actually be able to get to which ones.
Okay. I'll call you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Go.
Is the MSHA training program, if you're doing 4,500, is that self-sufficient?
What do you mean by self-sufficient?
I mean, those miners are paying to have
No.
training, they're not.
No, yeah, we provide that training as part of our MSHA grant. So they receive a grant. Our mine safety and training program applies for a grant every year. That application says, hey, we're gonna train this many miners throughout the year. This is gonna be our training program. These are our courses. MSHA approves that. And they provide funding for our program to conduct those trainings. So yeah, so we don't have, it's not revenue producing. It's
But there's miners from out of state taking that.
sometimes, yeah.
I was gonna say, you do 4,500, there's only 1,000.
Yeah, there's we do have miners from out of state that can come and do our training. We also have students, like school mine students that conduct those trainings or attend those trainings. So yeah, so we do get donations. Front Range Mine Rescue provides donations. CSSGA provides donations to our program, and so we do have funding. Speaking of funding, that's how they're funded. So they're funded through MSHA, severance tax. They receive donations. But yeah, we don't charge anyone to do it. And that's the same with our, I'm sorry, it's a little different than our mine rescue contest. Our mine rescue contest, which MSHA kind of requires us to have, that people pay to attend that, but then that money goes to hold the rescue training, the hotel, the facilities, those kind of things. But yeah, training miners, we don't have a revenue stream on that.
Oh, interesting. Thank you.
Yeah.
Just curious.
Okay. All yours?
I'm just asking where we are in the,
Probably have at least a half hour.
let's see, If you want me to be paying attention, not angry.
Okay, so I'll go ahead. Good to see you once again after lunch. You'll have your fill of the Inactive Mind program today. So there's a few of these slides I'll probably zip through since we talked about it a little bit of that this morning, but I'll give you kind of a program overview, and you'll actually get to see some pictures of completed projects other than just the front end where you're approving the grant to complete actual stuff. So once again, Jeff Graves, Program Director for the Inactive Mind Reclamation. So here's kind of our summary. So we address hazards, environmental problems associated with abandoned or inactive legacy mines. Our statute kind of governing our program is 3433-133. And unlike both minerals and coal, ours is pretty simple and short. So in our world, inactive or legacy mines are really anything that was operated prior to 1977. And that's really a function of the Surface Mining Control and Reclamation Act that Jason kind of mentioned, that SMCRA. Post SMCRA, sites were required to post reclamation bonds and complete reclamation. Prior to that, there was no requirement. So that's where we can use our funding, is anything prior to 1977. So that includes coal fire investigation and mitigation, subsidence related abatement work, coal and non-coal safety closures, which you saw this morning, water quality improvement projects, and then we do complete the bond forfeiture mine reclamation projects on behalf of the minerals program. So when you revoke and forfeit a bond, our program comes in and completes the reclamation with whatever funds are remaining. So we are set up into kind of four teams within our program. We're a front range team, and they're really responsible for everything kind of east of the Continental Divide. And they also have one of their team members is kind of oversees our forfeiture reclamation, bond forfeiture reclamation work, Peter Hayes. And so he kind of coordinates those bond forfeiture responsibilities that may also go to the other teams, either Mountains or West Slope team. So that's kind of our East Slope team, and that's Rachel Nicholas. I think you guys have met Rachel. She's presented previously, but she runs our front range bond forfeiture team. And then we have our Mountains and Mine Fire team, and they handle pretty much everything mine fire related. That team's run by Tara Taffy. And they also do some of the safety closure work kind of in the Leadville, Central Mountains, Chaffee County, that kind of area. And then we have our West Slope team, and that's headed up by Jeff Littoral. And they're really responsible for a lot of our coordination with Department of Energy on their defense-related uranium mine related work. And then also completing mine reclamation projects kind of in the San Juan. So that's the area that they cover. And each one of those teams has got about 3 different specialists on it. And then our final team is our NEPA and compliance team. And this is the team that Lisa Thompson leads. And so this is where we have our biologist, our archaeologist, and then we also, Deb Zach, who you've met, she's in that team, and she runs our mine subsidence protection program that's down there on the bottom as well. And so that team is really responsible for completing our NEPA work. So we do a lot of categorical exclusions and environmental assessment work in preparation for different projects. And so they coordinate those activities, and then they also are responsible for reporting on project completion to the Office of Surface Mining or Forest Service, BLM, or whatever federal agency we're coordinating with. So
Could I ask a kind of specific question on this front range program? When, and I'm going back about 6-7 years ago, the mine in Colorado Springs that was Transit Mix owned it, and then they stopped mining. And at the time, I was hearing from a lot of people that it can never be reclaimed. It's just going to be a mess. It's just going to be a big problem. And subsequently, I've had some discussion with Russ, but that program has worked pretty well, hasn't it?
I think, yeah, coordination on the reclamation. I assume you're talking about Pikeview.
Yes.
I think from our standpoint,
I couldn't think of the name. Yeah,
Sure.
Pikeview, yeah.
I think the outcome at Pikeview is, I think, what almost everybody had hoped for in terms of final reclamation and being able to close out that site and return it to a beneficial use for the community.
And it's pretty well done now, isn't it?
Yeah, we released it, yeah, and it's in the, with the city and that to move forward and stuff with their plans and stuff with bike trails and everything else. So, yeah, that one's done, so yeah.
The city, I think, owns not all of it, but quite a bit of it.
Right.
And I don't know who owns the rest of it, maybe the state.
I don't think the state does stuff. That I think
Forest Service has some ownership up there.
There's a little
parcel.
Yeah, there's a little bit of Forest Service up on the very, very
Oh,
top
Forest
up
Service,
there.
okay.
And then down below and stuff, it's the city, and there may be like a private developer that owns part of it too, because there's a subdivision.
But the bond was forfeited and that was, no,
The bond was never forfeited. It's up the operator.
I'm
did that.
sorry.
Yeah,
All right, but the funds were provided by the operator.
yes.
So I'm talking 6-1, or it could have gone the other way where he could have walked out and then it would have been, but he paid it, so.
That's correct and stuff. That they could have walked away, but they felt they had that obligation and they saw through the stuff. And that's why we're really pleased at what that shows us of what can be done and stuff. So,
Do we know what it cost? I mean, I guess you could come up with a ballpark, but.
we had at one point and stuff, 18 or 19 million dollars and stuff in that in bond for us. And I don't remember exactly how much it cost them. So. And then I can find that number out if you're interested.
No, but that's a case where reclaiming was gonna be a real challenge. And I guess it was, but it all worked out.
I think we're always hopeful that we can have that kind of an outcome on both our projects and, projects where the operator is completing their own reclamation. So
Yeah,
it's definitely a success.
Yeah. Part of the big challenge and stuff is usually by the time you know this is by the time and stuff we do revocation of forfeiture, it's usually because an operator's in distress or they've gotten way out over their skis or whatever and stuff and that. So even though we may have done a relatively recent bond calculation, it's based on the approved plan, not the mess that was created. And that's where Jeff and Jeff's team and stuff that have to try to figure out how to be creative and how to use those funds and stuff to meet the requirements and stuff of the plans and that.
I have a question, is in your NEPA and compliance team, how much time do you typically spend preparing and getting all that behind you before you can go out and take action in the field?
I mean, that's at least, so Lisa does kind of all the document prep prior to sending it to OSM. And that's kind of, I would say, she may disagree, but it's a huge portion of her job, probably 75%. The project managers that are completing the projects also assist on development of the material that goes into the categorical exclusions. We try and do CEs when we can for most of our work, just because the documentation is much more streamlined than doing a full EA. And there's only certain circumstances where we are required to do an EA, and that's for coal mine fire mitigation work, subsidence grouting work. If we were to do any blasting as mitigation, we'd have to do an EA. Those are kind of our three big areas that require EAs. We've tried to streamline the process with EAs to kind of rolling back a little bit to answer your question a little more in detail. On a lot of our mine fire sites, because obviously the goal is extinguishment, but getting to that point takes multiple phases. Historically, we used to do one EA per phase. Didn't make a whole lot of sense. We've tried to streamline that process to do a much larger scale EA for the entire site. You do have to make updates to your consultations based on the work you're doing at the time. And so there's an update process, but at least the body of the EA is completed for those project sites where we're doing mine fire mitigation. So that's streamlined, but still we have probably like 75% of one staff person's time with each one of the project managers. I don't know for sure on each one, but they're probably spending 25%, maybe 15 to 25% of their time on prepping the stuff that goes into those categorical exclusions or EAs. So it's not a small part of our workload, completing those documentation that have to be submitted to OSM. And then it's follow up if you've got questions from the federal agency, if you've got questions from SHPO related to the project, there's a lot of coordination. Our cultural resource specialist, that's pretty much her full-time job doing the Section 106 part of our consultation. So that team is very busy, and none of the rest of the work happens without their initial work to move that NEPA documentation forward with our federal agencies. So, a lot of moving pieces and juggling things to ensure that timelines are also met in terms of when we anticipate construction start times. And then a lot of compliance with the ESA is working within windows for particular species, especially on the West Slope. We have a lot of wildlife closures that we have to work around for our uranium closure work, where we can't work during spring. There's kind of a fall window that allows us to kind of get out and actually do the work. And so just making sure that all of the approvals line up to ensure we're ready for construction during the window which we have it. So there's bighorn sheep closures, there's raptor closures, there's a lot of different requirements we have to meet prior to, doing the project. So a lot of pieces and parts that are all moving simultaneously. And thankfully, I've got really good team members that are able to keep track of making sure that, they're staying on top of whatever components of the documentation they need to get approved to meet their start dates for construction. And then there's the whole procurement process that I probably won't even touch on, because to some degree that's been kind of pulled out of the program specific. Like we used to have our procurement just in the program, now it's more division wide, but there's procurement coordination that occurs on a weekly basis to ensure that we've met our timelines for posting documents, to have site showings, to review submissions for our contracts, do awards, work through the contracting process, and then execute, construction. So it's a lot. Somehow we managed to do it. I think there's a lot of processes that we've developed over 40 years. Certainly certain things change, but just being able to have a good process in place really streamlines things. So just quick overview, Colorado's mining legacy. Jason touched on when the state gained primacy for implementation of SMACRA for oversight of coal mining. That's the same time. So there's a connection between Title V and Title IV in SMACRA. You have to have primacy for implementation of Title V to be able to have an AML program under Title IV. So we're kind of connected with the Title V program in coal. So if the state ever decides that they don't want to have primacy over oversight on coal mines, that would have a corresponding impact to our program where we would not be able to receive those federal dollars under Title IV anymore. So maintaining that primacy is critical, not only for the coal program, but for our program as well. So in 1980, when the state gained primacy, we conducted a physical inventory to develop our reclamation plan to submit to OSM to gain that funding through Title IV. And so we conducted that physical inventory and visited about 8,000 mine sites throughout Colorado. As a result of that, we made the projection of 23,000. That's kind of the number that gets thrown around in the media, and people seem to have latched onto that. It's really just an estimate based on that initial inventory of 8,000. It's probably way more than 23,000 just based on our work over the last 40 years. At the time in 1980, we did not identify 38 underground coal mine fires. I think we only identified about 6. Since then, we're up to 38 sites. I'll say those 38 sites have different levels of activity. Some go dormant for a period of time, so they're not all high priority, super active coal mine fires, but they're at least sites that we monitor because things do change. We feel like, and I'll say this is kind of an estimate as well, that there's probably 400 sites impacting water quality and about 1,300 miles of streams in Colorado. That does change depending on whether stream standards. As stream standard change, certain sites that may not have been impacting water quality suddenly now are impacting water quality. Even though they were always impacting water quality, it's just the standard associated with the metal was changed, so now it's a bigger issue. But on those kind of sites, we work a lot with partner groups like CDPHE and EPA to work to develop projects to do mitigation, all under the umbrella of Clean Water Act and recognizing the liabilities that come with touching water and the implications for long-term obligations the state might incur by doing these type of projects. That's definitely an area where we have to tread somewhat lightly and do our best to ensure that we're making progress without creating liabilities for the state in the long run. And then we've got at least 20 deaths that have been attributed to AML hazards since 1950. And that number we don't keep well updated. So it's certainly more than that because we're not always made aware of when something happens associated with a mine, but we do know that it's at least 20. And I like to highlight inventory is never static because we do come across things that we did not see previously or were identified that were never known before. And so that's why the 23,000 is really just an estimate. Just some pictures of typical types of hazards. Sure, most of you have seen these kind of things, vertical openings, horizontal openings. We've talked a lot about mine subsidence over the last 6 months, I think 8 months in here. So you should be pretty well versed in kind of mine subsidence. But in that photo there, you can see where we've got residences or neighborhoods that have underground coal mine workings kind of projected on the map there underneath them. And so even though the mine subsidence protection program addresses certain aspects of damage to those homes, the inactive mine reclamation program is more on the proactive side where we've gone in and done subsidence grouting in a particular neighborhood to reduce that long-term risk of subsidence, where we fill those voids, where we know we've seen very active subsidence or in high-risk zones. So in Colorado Springs, for instance, I think we've been able to grout underneath the vast majority of the high-risk areas. And so we've really reduced that long-term concern associated with some of those neighborhoods just by coming in and grouting under all of those homes and just reducing that risk or eliminating the risk. And then I've mentioned underground coal mine fires. I love that picture. It's just crazy. They're not very often do we actually see coal in full combustion like that, but some of these sites we do. We've actually had full flame. That is our map of underground coal mine fires. You'll notice the vast majority of those are on the west slope. And then probably our biggest high priority sites are along the Grand Hogback, which is that kind of line of red triangles right in the middle, right along I-70, west of Glenwood Springs, kind of extends all the way up to about Rifle. And then the Grand Hogback kind of takes a turn to the north up towards Meeker and Craig, and so we have some other more active fires up there. I'll mention in my presentation, Marshall and Lewis, those are the two on the front range that are fully extinguished now. And then we've been working on the Double Dick and Corley mine fire just south of, kind of south of Florence, east of Canyon City, west of Pueblo. And so we just completed some work there at the Corley site, and then I'll be starting work on the Double Dick mine fire here this fall as well. So and I don't think I have all 38 on there because we had a couple of recent ones that have become more active. Typical environmental AML hazards. You can see AMD. Does anybody recognize the picture on the right? No, Gold King. The mine that shall not be named. I know it's okay. It's been long enough now. We can see it. But that did have a significant impact on our ability to do some of these reclamation projects, recognizing the liability and kind of the fallout associated with what happened at Gold King. So it really changed our approach to working on these sites and a recognition that we needed to have probably pump the brakes a little bit and exercise some caution. Long list of what we do within our program. I think you see just a small portion of it when I give the presentation for the grant. But there's a lot of other work that our program does unrelated to just safety closure work. We do a lot of, I mean, not only are our project managers out there finding the mine features, they're really responsible for managing that project. So there's a lot of construction oversight that they complete. We do a lot of investigation work, both from a water quality standpoint, subsidence standpoint, line fire standpoint. We have 3 engineering firms that we have kind of on-call engineering services, and we issue contracts every 5 years, and then issue task orders under those contracts for those engineering firms to provide some of that outside expertise. Drilling, we'll use our engineering contractors to complete drilling activities, and then some of the larger reports, we may kind of use them to help put those reports together, do some investigations for which we don't have expertise in-house. So we do have a lot of contractors or engineering services that we procure for some of our particular projects. We do AML education and outreach, and I think Wendy had mentioned those minor oral histories that we've done. That's usually done by our cultural resource folks, and so we try and do a calendar. Try to do a calendar each year of something unique, and through that calendar we interview people, and so sometimes we'll have a calendar and we'll do those oral histories as kind of all part of one project. Done a couple of unique ones. I don't know what we have planned for this year, but I'm sure we'll have something. But trying to not only do the reclamation and mitigation work, but collect some of those historic stories from kind of that history that made Colorado. I mean, that rich mining history. And so we utilize some of our funds to do that as well. Program funding, I won't go into this because we talked about it this morning, but as always, you kind of see the broad scope of the funding that we use. Program accomplishments. So in 44 years, we've safeguarded over 14,000 hazardous mine features. We average about 300 a year. You guys see, I think in this grant, there's maybe 180 mine features. So some of the DOE projects we don't actually have in the grant because they're fully DOE funded. And so we don't have to make a request to OSM for those. And so that kind of makes up that other 120 or so sites is the DOE drum work that we've been doing. And then there's just other stuff that comes up during the year where we may have an emergency we really need to respond to, and we'll utilize our severance tax dollars to complete that work because we don't have to go through any kind of federal NEPA process for it. Reclaimed about 4,100 acres, and then we've done various types of environmental reclamation projects at about 220 sites over those 44 years. Some of those are larger scale, some are smaller scale, some are just investigations, but it does kind of just give an overview of how many sites we've actually done some type of work on with respect to environmental work. So here's just a project example. I thought it might be helpful to kind of give you an idea on like what a typical project looks like. You guys kind of see the front end. This is an example of a closure project that I don't know that this board approved this project because this was maybe 8 years ago. So probably no one on the board was here 8 years ago, maybe. But this was 52 hazardous mine openings in Boulder County. And you can see on this project, we had not only a number of different funding sources, but different agencies we were coordinating with: BLM, Forest Service, Boulder County Open Space, and then private landowners. Because our program is voluntary, if we're working on private property, we have to get landowner consent. So we don't have police powers to go on private property and execute work. We have to work with the landowner to get an agreement in place to go on their property to do the work. So that's another big part of what our project managers are responsible for, is making land ownership determinations. And then we have a realty specialist that reaches out to those landowners to secure signed access prior to construction. So just another one of those pieces that kind of is along these parallel tracks that have to occur prior to a project moving forward. You'll see a project areas typically try and keep those relatively geographically confined, so we're not working all over the place, just because it keeps our costs down. And so these are typical closures. So the photo on the left is a larger back grate. And so that prevents human access, but allows for that and other wildlife access, so small animals. You can see on the right photo there, that's a picture of both the combination feature where we had a added entry or horizontal entry directly adjacent to a mine shaft. So we have a graded shaft cover and then a corrugated steel pipe with that access welded on the end of it. That's a way we can maintain that access, but still prevent human access. And there's another shaft grade. And then our favorite closure, the backfill, because it's much less expensive on the right there. But really, it's becoming more and more difficult to do those because access, for one thing, you've got to be able to get some type of equipment. We do some hand backfills, but can't be very deep. But we do like those just because they are pretty inexpensive and quick to implement. Marshall Coal Fire Mitigation or Investigation Project in 2023. This is pretty typical for one of our typical, but a little bit atypical for one of our mine fire investigation projects. This was the kind of Marshall coal mine fire. I think we had talked about it at some point previously with the board, but following the wildfire, we worked with the City of Boulder, since this is all on City of Boulder open space property, to come in and conduct an investigation on the site because of the risk demonstrated by having, you know, any kind of fire ignition source in this area, and obviously the eventual outcome of the wildfire. This was a risk they identified and, you know, was considered as a potential ignition, but eventually was not identified as an ignition source. But the fact that we had an underground fire in an area where we had, you know, the worst wildfire in Colorado history from a damage standpoint, raised this as a priority in our mind. It's not a particularly active coal mine fire. It's not super high on our priority list of activity, just because we don't see a lot of surface temperatures that exceed kind of about a 200-degree threshold or so. But based on its close proximity to so much infrastructure and the fact that there had been a devastating wildfire here, it became a priority project for us. So we came in and did a full characterization of the site. You can see we drilled over 67 boreholes, dug 7 test pits, and this is not a very big area. So it's hard to see on the map, but this was probably our most extensive mine fire investigation for good reason. We also installed some thermocouples. Those allow us to monitor downhole temperature over time. Because one of the questions on this site was, when the wind blows like it did on that fateful day, does mine fire activity change? So we installed some thermocouples and a weather station on site to make some comparisons on very windy days, what happened in the mine fire. There did not seem to be any connection, which was good. I mean, we wanted to confirm some of these things for ourselves to understand, you know, what is the fire potential at the site, even though we already recognize we're moving forward with mitigation. But it was just good to have a better sense of how that fire interacted with weather patterns. And there did not seem to be any correlation between high wind events and fire activity.
How deep is that mine there?
Very shallow. I have another. Okay, yeah, I'll get to it maybe on the next photo, but it's pretty shallow, 30 to 40 feet. In some areas, the coal outcrops. The coal would have outcropped where the highway is. So it dips slightly to the east and outcrops where Highway 93 is roughly. But the coal was, I think, already combusted at surface there historically, just because it oxidized. And so they didn't do any mining right at surface. They had to get down to where the coal had not oxidized. But subsequent to that, it began kind of smoldering underground. And there was evidence of surface fire here historically associated with the mine fire. Those fires never grew beyond kind of a very localized area. But it's an interesting fire because we never documented on surface any temperatures above 100 degrees. That 241 was downhole. And so that was actually in the area where we had some surface heating. But it's an interesting fire because it didn't seem to be all that hot, yet there was evidence historically that there may have been some surface ignition. So monitored those borehole temperatures for a year. Investigation takeaways. We had kind of 3 main areas of heating. You can see those circled in red. It's a little hard to see up there. I apologize. We had one in the north. Really, the hottest areas were kind of in that central area, right underneath the parking area for the Marshall Mesa Trailhead. And we had noticed on some drone flights that we had completed prior to doing some of the investigation work, that area in the parking area was not holding snow during the winter. And so that's really one of the favorite tools. It's a really cheap tool to identify where fire is where it doesn't hold snow on these sites. And so we had the city close down that portion of the parking area because obviously we were concerned that not only was there heat right under that portion of the parking area, but if there's heat, it usually means you're consuming the coal. And so there's a likelihood of future subsidence because there's nothing supporting that overburden material anymore. So we knew that was an area that likely was burning underground. And so the city closed that down. They were still able to use a portion of the parking lot prior to the work. And then we identified an area to the south, which had historically been where the fire was active, and did some characterization down there. But you can see the temps were pretty much below that 230 level for the vast majority of it. Most of it was kind of in what we would consider maybe smoldering coal, maybe just oxidizing, but no active fire underground. So let's see, mine fire was mostly in kind of workings in the coal seam. We didn't really find very many mine workings in that area. It was unusual. Most of it was either collapsed or was just intact coal, or was actually coal that had already oxidized and was not able to burn anymore. Like I mentioned, the majority of the upper seam was kind of burned out or too weathered already, and the coal was less than 35 foot deep. So we felt like this was a good candidate for excavation and quenching to fully extinguish the fire because it was relatively shallow. And we had a lot of community support for those mitigation efforts, obviously. I mean, there was a lot of support, but there was also concern because they had concerns around our excavation and whether that would pose an additional risk to the community. So as part of that process, we did a lot of community outreach to ensure they knew what we were going to be doing. So they weren't going to be surprised when they saw a dust cloud pop up one day. This is not fire. This is dust. This is ash. We had worked with the local fire protection district to have a 20,000 gallon tank on site filled with water that they could hook up directly to. So we checked the connections to make sure that they could connect. If there was any kind of fire that had ignited as a result of our work, they could pull up and there was water available to fight the fire. And then we also had, our contractor was required to maintain a water truck on site. When they were doing hot work, they had to spray the area where they were doing hot work. We had a limitation on work under red flag days. I mean, all these things are common sense, but we wanted to convey that to the community to make sure that they knew we were aware of their concerns and we had a plan in place to address it. But we didn't do any work on red flag days. Every evening, any areas that been hot during the day had to be covered by 2 feet of clean, cool fill to ensure that we didn't have sparks blowing out while we were not on site maintaining, observation. So we had a lot of protective measures in place to ensure that as part of that project, we didn't create more concern or more of a problem for the community. So our project manager, Jeremy, and then Tara did a really good job of reaching out and making sure the community was comfortable with the approach we were taking. I mean, they recognize we're having a benefit to the community, but just making sure they knew what we were doing and that they were comfortable with that. And obviously in Boulder, you have a lot of very interested people of what's occurring. So we had some other community outreach events on site. It was kind of cool, and I'm just talking away here, so I apologize. But we did have a Touch a Truck Day, which is kind of a neat community outreach event that we did. Our contractor suggested it. Had some really big equipment on site. So in November, we had a toy drive and a Touch a Truck Day where we opened up the job site to the community to come out, see the equipment, see the work we were doing, bring a toy, and then we drop those off for one of the Christmas related toy collection services. So it was just neat to have a project that I think the community was so involved in that we felt like everybody was happy about having completed. It was a great project. So we did design in fall of 23, 2 areas of excavation. We excavated about 182,000 cubic yards and blended that with overburden material to dilute the coal that was remaining. Because one of the concerns we have is not only cooling what we're excavating, the coal that's burning, but also creating a situation where coal can't combust in the future. Because there's always uncombusted coal, and you just want to make sure that you've got it diluted with non-carbonaceous material when you mix it, and that you don't have grain to grain contact between the coal, so that if it does oxidize, you can't have a larger combustion event. It maintains a very small area. So that's our process. Average depth was about 30 feet, and then we followed that up with grading and revegetation. That southern area where because we had to dig up the entire trailhead area. And the city, we kind of coordinated with the city open space to return the site to the grade that they would need to begin their reconstruction of the trailhead. So we kind of worked with their engineer to make sure that our final grade kind of matched closely what they were doing, so they could transition directly into their trailhead reconstruction, which they had planned for a while. So it was a good coordinated effort with the city of Boulder to complete their work. Just some pictures from the mitigation efforts. It's a huge piece of equipment. That's a 10-yard bucket on that excavator. So it's a massive excavator. And most of that is just steam that you're seeing there. That's not smoking coal. See the site area that's looking north on the photo there to the left. This is that southern excavation area right next to Highway 93. So we had to be very vigilant about how much dust we were creating and the public exposure that we had on the site. You can see kind of that mixing process there. You see the dozer on the right, and then in the photo on the left as well. They excavate, kind of have a cooling pad, mix that material, and then put it back into the ground and compact it. Some more, you can see the coal seam there in the left photo, kind of in that upper portion. That's unburned coal that was still in place. So that was part of our excavation that we eventually blended. And then, like I mentioned, covering that hot coal at the end of the day. More mitigation photos. We did have a couple of spots where upon excavation, we did hit some temperatures in excess of 500 degrees. I think some of that's a function of having that coal exposed to oxygen, and it heats up pretty quickly all of a sudden. So you'll get areas that may have not been hot when it was in ground or in place, but as it gets exposed to oxygen, it kicks up pretty quickly. Site restoration is kind of what it looked like at the end. So I'll just kind of give a quick overview of a couple of environmental reclamation projects. So this Penn Mine, I think should be familiar to some of you in Summit County. So on this site, we worked with EPA, Forest Service, and CDPHE to do a pretty substantial site-wide characterization where we did water sampling, dye trace injections to understand flow paths, and establish baseline conditions. We did some subsurface drilling, and then some downhole sonar surveys of the mine workings to anticipate how to design an implementation or to implement a project to open the mine up. And so we did a portal and underground rehab project, and this was prior to Gold King. Probably wouldn't do this nowadays. But we actually opened up that site and installed a large culvert. And eventually, so you can see kind of two photos in the lower section there, that's pre and post. So we went in and did some underground rehab to stabilize areas to allow us to do investigation work. And then eventually installed 2 hydraulic seal bulkheads that we designed in-house and then installed to reduce water flow and surge events to clean up Peru Creek and eventually the Snake River below that site. We've seen some pretty significant reduction or increase in pH, reduction in acidity, and we've been able to precipitate out, I think in the mine workings, some of the zinc, which was contributing to downstream water quality impacts. So we've seen some beneficial impacts associated with that bulkhead installation. Didn't completely clean things up, but it made some improvements and eliminated the risk of those blowout events that have resulted in fish kills historically. St. John's Tailing Reclamation Project. This one is up near Montezuma. This project was in conjunction with a number of different partners as well, Forest Service, EPA, Freeport assisted funding on this project as well. And then we also worked with Fish and Wildlife because we had some links related, not issues, but had to work through some endangered species related to lynx. And then we also worked with the Summit County Historical Society on kind of protecting some portions of this project. So as part of the plan, we did tailings removal, constructed an upland repository, built a French drain, extensive revegetation, and some historic preservation. So that's kind of a reclamation plan that we developed. You can see the area down there in the lower kind of lower portion, and the drainage is where we did tailings removal, constructed a French drain, and then built an upland repository just below the mine site where there was already some tailings. And so we just consolidated tailings up there and then revegetated that. And as part of the process, we had to protect that historic mill down at the bottom. So you can see some photos of tailings excavation, kind of messy. And then our work around the mill structure, cleaning out as much of the tailings as possible without damaging the mill. And then we also found a nice Wolfley table for those that are familiar with mining. That's where they would sort based on gravity. And so we were able to pull that out of the tailings and set that up on the site for folks to see. So it's kind of cool. Repository construction, you can see dumping the tailings on there. And then the right photo, we had a mix with some cement to solidify the tailings because they were pretty juicy. So this is post-reclamation. So you can see we had really good vegetative take and cover on the site. There's our French drain, that lower photo, redirecting drainage around the site. But just this one, we had a phenomenal response from the vegetation on site. Thankfully, it was one of the wettest years, I think, following construction. So really did well to establish the vegetation. So kind of the last thing I'll just touch on, bond forfeitures. You guys are all familiar with the Schwarzwälder sites. That's the other part of what our program does, is kind of that bond forfeiture component. This is the unusual one of all of our bond forfeiture sites where it's not a one and done. This is a one and forever. So located in Jeffco, just up there the other day. I mean, we're constantly trying to develop ways to extend our operational life at the site, either by conducting some additional investigations to understand what's happening at the site, working with our contractor to consider alternative treatment processes at the site. Right now, we're evaluating some different things within our treatment process to try and gain some efficiencies, potentially removing uranium a different way as opposed to the RO, using the ion exchange and being able to remove that, potentially have that as a beneficial reuse for someone off-site, that actual uranium product. So just trying our best to be good stewards of the remaining funds that we have at the site while still meeting our obligation with respect to the NPDES permit and downstream water users. So it's an ongoing site, but I think considering what we took over, we've really made some pretty significant improvements, and I think have a good plan moving forward at that site. Pictures of the RO unit on the left and the ion exchange on the right there. And then we talked a lot about mine subsidence protection. So I'll go through these pretty fast, but I just want to make sure and touch on it because it is another part of our program that the board definitely has direct interaction with. You guys should be aware of most of this by now, but established in 1989, funded by that one-time grant from OSM that we put into a trust to earn interest to help cover those long-term expenses. And the program I mentioned, kind of our program, the inactive mine reclamation program, using the funds from OSM, not this grant, but other OSM funds, can be that proactive portion. These funds are used for that reaction portion of what happens to a home. And so it's kind of a difference, a unique difference, but this program addresses those impacts to homes and infrastructure through the mine subsidence protection program resulting from subsidence. So that's the governing regulations, Rule 8 of the coal mine rules. Program eligibility, I know this is going to be a topic of discussion in the future, potentially expanding that, but currently it stands at eligibility for structures constructed prior to 1989 or February 22nd, 1989. They have to be located in an undermined area, and they can be multi-residential complexes up to 10 units are eligible if all units of the structure are enrolled in the program. So these are some of the things I think we're considering proposing as possible changes that the board can make. Cost and coverage, initial inspection fee of $235 with annual enrollment fees for the first 3 years of $35, so pretty inexpensive overall. I think the total is $305 to the resident to belong to the program. And it does provide maximum payable benefits of up to $100,000 per event with a $1,000 deductible on the front end. And each event can have up to $100,000 worth of coverage. But if it does extend over that $100,000, the homeowner is responsible for whatever goes over, unless the board were to potentially change that rule. Just kind of zipping over this. Trustees, the MLRB is the trustees for the fund. And so you have a lot of responsibilities with respect to fiduciary responsibilities, and then as the appellant for decisions that the division or the administrator makes in regards to payouts or claims filed. So the aggrieved party can appeal to the board with respect to a decision that the administrator makes regarding a claim, if it's we're going to pay the claim or not. So they may appeal to the board. I think we've had one of those in the last couple of years that the board oversaw, where a claim determination by the division was appealed to the board. Other board roles, you can determine to defray the cost for an inspection for a homeowner, modify maximum benefits and deductible amounts, and then rules can be amended. So those are the things that we're going to be bringing to you, I think, here in the next few months, is some proposal or some options to update the program and potentially make some revisions based on what we're finding out in terms of kind of how the program could run in the future. I think that's all I've got. Any questions that I didn't address?
We talked about the last time you were here, doing something with the program that protected the homeowner from mines underneath, either expanding the program or abandoning it and just saying, you know, it's lived its lifespan. Have you had any thoughts on that?
We have. We're working with some folks to evaluate what the impact to the trust might be if we were to change the enrollment requirements, like expand enrollment. So we want to have an evaluation of, if we expand enrollment, how much risk do we create for the program by expanding enrollment, and can the trust cover that increased risk as a result of program expansion? And so we want to come to you with like some good numbers that you can make a decision on, hey, this makes sense to expand because it doesn't increase the risk very much, but it allows us to fund the program more robustly or provides protection for more people. And so I think we'll be coming to you with some very specific recommendations and give you an opportunity to make a decision based on the information.
Yeah, you know, when we looked at it, I saw the opportunity maybe to expand this.
Mm-hmm.
And you're right, we'd have to look at the risk, but to expand the program to any type of mine, not necessarily just a coal mine. And I don't know, see where that would go.
But so there'll be some limitations on expanding to any type of mine because the original funding source and the requirements associated with that funding were for coal mining only.
Right.
And so we would not be able to use any of those funds in the trust to cover non-coal related subsidence impacts.
But if you expanded the program,
sure.
If you allowed more people in the program in areas where there weren't coal mines, you know, you could develop funding to protect them. And you're right. I mean, it gets a little tricky because you'd have to figure out what's your exposure there.
Right. Well, I think our goal is to at least give you some hard numbers that you can make a decision based on and what the implications of those are, because I think, it's as the trustees for the program, I think, you guys will be able to weigh in on whether it makes sense to expand the program, contract it, change some of those criteria for enrollment or whatnot, or the fees associated with enrolling.
I think there were some good ideas about just getting more communication to people who
For sure.
were able to enroll and know about it.
And thankfully, I think based on Doug's recommendation, we were able to provide some of those resources online. So if you go onto the Mind Subsidence webpage on our division webpage, you'll see that there's now a GIS that you can enter your address into and know exactly whether or not your home is undermined and what the risk associated with that is as well. Not just if it's undermined, but is this in a high risk zone, moderate risk zone, low risk zone, et cetera. So you can make a more educated decision on whether or not you want to enroll in the program. So really appreciated that suggestion, and we were able to get that rolled out. So.
Yeah, it's really great that you guys did that. I've gone on and played with it a little
Oh,
bit.
good. Well, if you see anything that is broken, please let us know so we can fix it. So.
Thank you.
So we on to your portion? Okay, so, we're gonna need to do a motion to enter executive session. Is that what I mean? And then after I read it, Cami will switch over our recording devices. So, I move that the board enter into executive session for the purpose of discussing with counsel disputes that are subject or pending or imminent court action, discussing specific claims or grievances, receiving legal advice on specific legal questions, and discussing matters required to keep confidential pursuant to Florida Revised Statute, section 24(6), 402, parent 3, parent A, parent numeral 2, including to receive advice for the purpose of compliance, section 24, 3.7, 102 CRS regarding hearing procedures. Time is 1:14. When we need to vote.
In a second.
Yes, because I'm the motion, yeah. And then all those in favor?
Aye.